Good morning. Today is 15th of April 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Armidale. This is in New South Wales, Australia. This is how the track looks like. We've got 7 races here. The ground reading is good. The last finishing mile from this bend to the finishing post is about 320 meters. We've never raced here. This is probably going to be the first time we are going to be racing here. It's not a metropolitan track, it's a rural track, and we'll see how things work here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get to see the live feed from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets, or we step out. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant and we need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. So that's exactly what the effort is all about. So we'll see what we can do here today. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the live feed. The second one is where we get to see the odds and the scratchings, and the third one used to be at one point of time top sport. Now it has become better, and this is where we refer to the winning numbers when we do not get the right visuals from the feed. So that's all that I have, and we'll see what we can do. We'll go to the first race today and see the number of scratchings. 8 has been scratched. I have the races and 8 has been scratched. We'll see the odds. 2, 7, 4, and 1.
And the 12, We Us and Co, each of 2 of $12. 6 Taminka is at $19. 9 Win is at $31. The 3 Louis Auguste is at $34. Well, I'm going to take on Karavic. I'm not going to discount him, but I've been liking the runs of the 5 Secret Cipher. 5, 1, 6, and 4. Last 2 runs loomed to win here. 2 starts back behind Raf Vader, and just had a lot of bad luck in the run. Then wasn't disgraced behind a very handy one in 10 pins for Clint Taylor. You might see it in town the next week or so. So I think the form lines are there. Just needs to come back to the 1,000 metres. But Nathan Thomas aboard, tricky gate, but the favourite's got a tricky gate as well. So 5 Secret Cipher for me at the 550 over the 1 Karavic, who was very good first up. It did a little bit wrong, too slow to begin. Raced ungenerously, but wanted to attack the line. $1.40, very, very short. 6 Taminka has the blinkers first time in Ash Butler. Now with Stephen Royce. Wasn't disgraced on debut after racing green. That was back in October in the Paloranda Stakes here. And the 4 Mr. Doobie's on debut. We'll just wait for any market leads. It kept somewhat safe in betting, though, and no trials to go off the son of Dubious. So 5, 1, 6, and 4 for me in race 3. Well, that takes us up to the quaddy legs for our preview at Townsville. We'll take a short break, come back and have a look at races 4 to 7 from Townsville today.
All right, this is the first one. It's a benchmark 58, and 2 is the favorite. 2, 7, 4, and 1. That's how the odds are. Now, 2 is the favorite. That's actually the linear, but that linear is kind of like that. But I'm not going to, anyway, I'm not going to put money on the first one. We'll see how it works. So that's how the 2 looks like. But let's say if the 2 gets in with that, it's got a dedicated jockey and all that. So if the 2 gets in with that, I mean, we're at a rural track, so we will have these kind of funny numbers. But if you look at the pressure line on this, that's 16, 72% on this, and it's in good hands, and it's a 1900 meter. So generally, we've got nothing on that 6. By the way, that 6 is kind of a ghost, but that's an EW number. If you look through the rails, that's got advantage with the rails, so that is there. It's got 15 races, has not done anything, and but definitely if we just go with the BB, it has the largest advantage. That's probably because it has not been doing anything. It's got a huge advantage in this race, and the first one through the rails. 6 is a check. 2 is the favorite. The largest drift is 5. That's the largest outer drift. So 5, ideally that's what happens, that the largest drift is the second horse pool. So if, and it's with beautiful management, it's in one of the best hands. So 2 is gate number 1, 5 is gate number 2. But the problem is this, that it's the first one, it's a benchmark 58. Ideally I should jump into this, but I will not, because we'll check how things play for the first one. 5 is that's basically the second horse pool. That should, and it's in beautiful hands. It's in beautiful hands. So things can play very weird. Why? Because honestly, I will not make any remarks on how these numbers are. It's just that I don't have it's a rule. We'll check. That's the first thing that we need to do. We need to check whether it's actually playing the numbers or it's playing something else, because when a linear becomes 4-digit, that becomes a problem. Then it is exposed. It is exposed to everybody in this race. If we look at how things might end up, see, these are like weird, but let's say if we go with the body weight, we don't have this one, but let's say the 7 is a threat, can destroy. 4 is a threat, can destroy. 1 is a threat, can destroy. Even the 3 can destroy. So this is a number that I kind of like to stay away with whenever there's a 400 meter. I mean, it's a number which is something that I can't trust. It's a 4-digit linear, and probably one of the highest 4-digit linear that we have seen in this month. We've seen around the range of 1400, 1500. But this is probably the largest linear that we have seen this time. So I'm not sure whether it will deliver, but that's the favorite. And it's in one of the best hands. So probably they know what they're doing, and we'll watch the first one. We'll see what goes on.
Tycoon Bow carried 60, will carry 54 today. So, look, they're both better at weights, obviously, but I just think Crowning Moment didn't carry the weight as well as Tycoon Bow. So, for that reason today, I think 4th run back, you'll see a much better run from Crowning Moment. Horse, it's got good ability, as does Tycoon Bow. He looks to be definitely on the up, and his win second up very, very good. As I say, on weights and measures, they're pretty even, but they both carry a lot less than they did last start. Sweet Kisses, I like her. I think she's such a bonny mare, but I just don't know about the 1200. I think she's going to find it a touch sharp. She's probably better placed 1400 metres, and the 3 Family Stars been racing well, but he needs to overcome an all-good gate. 9, 10, 5 and 3 for me in the last. That takes me to best bets on the program. Well, I've only got the one. I couldn't find us any value today. Race 2, horse number 1, Fanciful Mr. Fox. He's second up. I think he's well placed today. So he's my best on the program. Quaddie today, try to keep it as trim as I can. We kick off with the quaddie in race 4. I've gone 2, 1 and 6 in the first leg. Second leg, race 5, 3, 2 and 1. third leg race 6, I think it's racing 2, 7 and 6, and the last leg race 7, 9, 10 and 5. That'll cost you $54 for 100%. Treble races are on 5, 6 and 7. Jockey challenge today. Well, Justin Stanley didn't let us down yesterday. A couple of winners and a place getter. He dominates the betting today at $1.70, so we got much better odds about him yesterday. Ash Butler's at $4.80, Lacey Morrison $6, Graham Cleasy's at $8 out to Sean Cormack at 12. So look, he's short. I think he's got a couple of winners for sure, Justin Stanley, but I wouldn't be taking $1.70 about him. I'd be happy to sit on the fence, but yeah, I think 270, 280 was yesterday, but yeah, at $1.70, I'll leave it alone. But that's a look at our preview for Townsville today. The first to jump at 1:27. Peter Rowe will be here to call all the action down from Cairns in the absence of the great man Tony Woad. But for now, we'll take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, race 1 at Armidale with Priscilla Looker and Melinda Turner. And I'll see you back for the first at Townsville.
Lewis, welcome back. Number 1 in the first. Everything is possible, Lewis. Everything is possible.
At the start of the autumn, the stars came out. We saw champions crowned, records smashed, hearts broken. The Doncaster, the TJ, the Dart. Each with its own moment, each with its unforgettable roar from the Randwick crowd. But now only one day remains. One final gathering of greatness. One last chance to leave alone. All age stakes, though. This isn't just a full stop at the end of the card. It's the encore, the exclamation. It's where sprinters push past their limit, where milers drop back and chase the bird, where old warriors dig deep and young guns come to their throne. This the day that asks everything. At the heart of it, with Group 1 all-age stakes, 1,400 metres, no margin for error, no place to hide, one of the great races. The kind of race that lives in your memory, the kind of race that gives you chills. As if that wasn't enough, the Champagne Stakes. The babies stretch to a mile. Some will falter, one will flourish. So take a breath, soak it in, because this is it, the final day, the last word. All-age stakes day, where the brave show up and the brilliant break through.
Man, the paddock looks like someone's backyard.
Welcome back to Armidale for race 1. This is the racing at Anzac Day benchmark 58, run over the 1900. We've only got 8 runners to do battle here, and a few of these horses are backing up from racing here 9 days ago. So it's a little bit of a match race. Let's get in and have a look at the first horse that we are looking at in the yard is Maui. Is in here to take the 3 kilos off for Peter Cheers. He's been racing consistently since joining the new stable. He certainly hasn't taken a backward step looking at him, and he should make his own luck up on speed. It looks a picture. He set up outside the leader here last Saturday. He was flushed wide, a fair way from home, but I thought he batted on quite nicely for 3rd position. He'll appreciate the weight drop, and he's pretty keen to get on with things marching around the yard today. 2, Descending Miss. He's just out of order for Ben Looker and Sterling Osland. He's up half from his run here last start. He was narrowly beaten. He just keeps finding one better. He's a horse that we'll probably need to keep an eye on when he goes out onto the track, because for some reason here, his last couple of runs, he's been a little bit fired up. But at the moment, he's holding it all together. Yeah, he's nice and relaxed at the moment. He's had a stack of racing, but he's holding his condition beautifully. He presented like the winner here last time. He was only grabbed over the final stages, and he does meet my Messi at 1.5 kilos better off the waist today. Waitapu is the 3 for Cody Nestor and Jane Clement. He's coming out of the same race here last start behind my Messi. I think the dry track will certainly suit him. He is a winner of 5 races. Such a lovely, relaxed horse in the yard. Yeah, I agree. I think the dry track will definitely suit him, because he presented like he was going to do something at the top of the straight here last start, saving ground back towards the inside, and he just battled away. So perhaps the firmer track we can see an improved performance today. For my Messi, for Wendy Peel and Paddy Cunningham, I always thought he was a dry tracker, but he proved me completely wrong to win here last start. He's in great order. He'll be starting to sport a winnery coat shortly, but that's not the case today. He's turned out his best possible condition. Yeah, he looks a picture, doesn't he? He does jump up 2 kilos in the weights, but he's better suited getting onto the firm track. He showed plenty of fight to win here last time. Another horse that will appreciate the dry track is the 5, Hallowed Sun, for Michael Hegney and Wayne Brown. He has been a little bit disappointing since breaking his maiden here, but again, those 2 last start efforts have been on heavy tracks. Yeah, I agree. He was good to win here 3 runs ago. From off the speed. He's been disappointing his past 2, but like you said, they've been on heavy tracks, so he gets his chance to improve here on the firmer track with the inside gate. 6, Johnny Boz. Casey Williams picks up the ride for Jane Clement. He's having his first run over the distance, but he's nice and relaxed in the eye, and he seems to be a horse that's never too far away. He's up to 1900 metres today for the first time. He closed off nicely from off the speed at Coonabarabran last start. That race was easier, but he's well placed with the claim. 7, Parent, Donovan Dillon for Annabelle and Rob. He drops 3 kilos. He's still a maiden. He is the only maiden of the field, but he's parading beautifully, and his last couple of runs have been encouraging. He's just got to handle the track.
Yeah, I agree. He's been placed his last 2. They've been at the mile. I feel he should have finished closer at Tamworth last start, where he was beaten a length and a half. He just took a little while to hit top gear, and then he raced in restricted room over the final stages. I hope that they can roll forward, stepping up to 1900 metres. The question mark is the track.
And the 9 rances out his Spanish Fighter. He looks to be just a wet tracker. He's only had 1 placing up on top of the ground, and he is on the week back up from racing at Dolby over the 2,000 metres, where he was beaten 10 lengths.
He's been beat by large margins. His last few, his winning strike rate's not encouraging, so I'm happy to bypass him on recent form.
Okay, let's look at our runners in the yard. Jockeys are mounting up. We are going to have a chat to Sterling Osland shortly with the 2 here, which is Descending Miss. Track is rated a good 4. We raced here only 9 days ago. We're racing on a heavy 9. They were getting a couple off the fence, and I thought the track played really well considering the amount of rain that they've had over here in recent weeks. This track looks great, and we're in for a good day's racing. Sending Miss, our favourite here at 240, in from 340 this morning, so 340 into 280 into 260 into 240 now. On the second line is My Messi. They went head to head here last start. And then we go out to the 7, Parent, 380 out to 480. Our top weight Maui has been $7 out to $8, and the 5, Hallowed Sun, is there at $10. Hallowed Sun beat home Descending Miss here a couple of starts ago, and then My Messi beat him home here last start. So he's looking for a bit of redemption. I will say, Mel, his last couple of runs here, Descending Miss, he's been quite warm in the yard, but just keeping an eye on him here, I'm going to say that's a positive parade. I think that's.
I don't think he could be hot here in this weather today. It's very, very cool. Going to find out about Descending Miss. He's had very good market support this morning, now into a clear favourite at 240. He's got a good team of runners here today. Here's Sterling Osland.
Sterling, Mel and I were just discussing about Descending Miss and his last couple of runs, how he's been a little bit worked up. But I thought he was actually okay today. He looked like he was on his best behaviour.
Yeah, I think obviously, if I chase the lead, sort of, it's probably going to bully him around a little bit more, make sure he's not being a bit of a prick. So I think that definitely helps. I sort of had him there the other day as well. I just think he probably needed a day or 2 just to settle down, especially here at home, just to get a little bit more on the toe.
What are we thinking today?
Probably sort of left a fair bit of this up to Benny, sort of judge speed. Obviously, we're drawn inside. We won't be sort of too close with him. He's probably want to be chasing horses rather than sort of too close to that speed. So we sort of left this with Bench, just get him to jump clean, nice and steady, and then just judge with speed, see where you play it, Benny.
For a horse that you don't want to be hitting the front too soon, it's been, no fault of the riders these last few runs. It's just been how the races have unfolded.
Yeah, and obviously he's probably he's obviously showing a good turn of foot and sort of getting through that corner and sort of really leading down well. He's just a touch too fast. So Benji might be a bit more patient with him today and sort of maybe just hold on to him for a touch longer and sort of have him there a little later.
But you're happy enough with him and how he's gone?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, race 2, you've got the favourite there. His name escapes me.
Yeah.
That's right. Now tell me, the gear change says a gelding, but was that just a little bit of a mishap? Was he gelded before he come to you?
No, he come up to us as a colt. I was always sort of planning on getting him out, but just sort of didn't have the time between that first start at Musselbrook to get him out and sort of get him into that run. So run him there, and he got it pulled out sort of 3 days after that run. So he's sort of looking at sort of 28 days since that happened now. So the bill will come out. I thought he just sort of looked like he was just sort of laying in and sort of wanting to sort of nibble at that horse on his inside that day. So maybe a little bit of bad behaviour from him. He's got really good speed, drawn a good gait. The pills have helped him coming out, no behaviour problems. He's a very nice horse.
You scratched him here 9 days ago, you just didn't want to run him on the wet?
Yeah, fast horses, heavy tracks. We knew this race was only 9 days' time, so sit and wait.
Newcomer to your yarding race 3, Skits and Scats. What can you tell me about him?
We've actually had him for 12 months. We got him when he had that injury when we got him, so he spelled out at home. He's come through nice. I thought his trial was nice there the other day. He's probably a horse that's going to improve over further. I think he's never been below 1,500, but look, I think he's a nice horse. He sort of runs close enough to the speed, and he'll be roundabouts there, and he'll be probably the best all working home.
Okay. I had blinkers going on for the first time. I did him trial in the blinkers. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's obviously worked in them.
Yes.
What about Fingerbun? First up, race 5.
First up, no trial. Obviously, she's been measured won twice here over 1900. She'll be finding the line. Probably have to drop back from that gate. Be finding the line well. I don't think she's out of it by any means, but probably needs further.
Race 7, Boletto.
Probably looking at first up here, second up next Friday.
I'll keep that in mind. Good luck selling. Late mail here, 7, 2, 4 and 1. I'm not happy to leave Piran on top. I liked him from the yard. He's on the drift out to 650. I know he's the Maidener, taking on the more experienced gallopers, but just feel he's going to really relish getting to 1900 metres, and I'm just hoping they can roll forward from the barrier here today. The horse to beat is Descending Mist. He's all the rage into $2 now. He's been a model of consistency, all preparation, narrowly beaten here last start, and Ben knows him really well. My Messi, he beat Descending Mist home here last start. He's better suited getting on the firm track here today. Just meets him a kilo and a half worse off the weights, and the top weight Maui. I haven't seen him for a little while, but he was fit and forward, and he drops in weight with the claim today. 7, 2, 4 and 1. 2, 4, 1 and 7. I like Descending Mist. He's really maintained his condition, this preparation. He looks fantastic, and I thought it was a positive parade from him. I know it's a cooler day, but his manners were much better in the yard today. I'm just hoping the race unfolds a little bit better for him here. The 4 in My Messi, I think the drier track enhances his chances. I was surprised to see him win here last start, but he's just paying the penalty now, up a couple of kilos. So meeting a few of these worse off. The top 8 in Maui, he'll roll forward. He'll make his own lap up on speed and look the winner for a long way, and looks well placed after the claim of Izzy Neal and Perrant, who's certainly an eye catcher from the yard, looks sensational. If he handles the track, he's going to take a lot of beating here. 2, 4, 1 and 7. Descending Mist now our clear-cut favourite at $2 over My Messi at $4.40, then out to Perrant a $7 chance. Let's head upstairs to Rod Fuller. He'll be calling all the action today at Armidale.
And good afternoon to Ben Hall at the National Racing Service, Priscilla and Belinda at Thoroughbred Central, and Brandon Kremble at Sky One. So overcast conditions and the line just about set for the first event. Descending Mist, the favourite. Run down by My Messi, this most recent run. Haven't reached the start and moves down front, so overcast conditions and a good 4. Reminder, we race here again on Anzac Day. It'll be a bumper day as it normally is. Line set. Armidale race 1. They stand. It's also back. Often racing. Descending Mist and My Messi, the fastest 2 to begin with Maui and Haloed Sun. Pierrot, and on the outside was Johnny Boz. Casey Williams hustling for the lead on Johnny Boz. Takes up the run in the grave, and Johnny Boz leads it back 2.5 lengths. Maui second. The outside was Pierrot, who's over racing for the moment in a muddling tempo in the lead. A length by Messi, followed by Waitapu. On the inside is Descending Mist, the favourite, slots in third last. Haloed Sun's on the outside of it, and 2.5 away last of all Spanish Fighter. Inside the 1400, Johnny Boz in front. A moderate tempo on the lead. Leads by a length over Maui. My Messi on the inside. Pierrot followed by Waitapu. And the rider Cody Nessa not happy with the slow speed. And likewise Haloed Sun and Michael Hegney. And a real battle of tactics inside the 1200. Haloed Sun put 2 lengths over Waitapu second. On the outside of the stablemate Johnny Boz. A length Pierrot covering Maui. A length and a half by Messi. Followed by Descending Mist. And 5 lengths last of all was Spanish Fighter. 12 lengths first to last as they leave the 1,000-metre mark behind them. Haloed Sun in front. Tempo tapers off again. It leads by a half. Maui second. A length and a half third. Waitapu. Pierrot the outside of it. A gap of 2 to Johnny Boz. The early pacemaker now midfield on the inside of My Messi, who gets the tag behind Pierrot. A length to Descending Mist, who trails now by Messi, and 2 lengths last of all with Spanish Fighter. Race develops into a sprint home up towards the home turn. 400 metres out. It's Haloed Sun just in front. Eyeball by Maui. Pierrot here on 3D from White Tapu. Descending Miss My Missy, the widest runner to Johnny Buzz, and a half last of all Spanish Fighter into the straight to the 350. Halo Sun tries to kick, joined by Maui. Behind those Pierrot, Descending Miss on the outside. Halo Sun in front, joined by Maui. On the inside, White Tapu. Here's Descending Miss, descending on them quickly. It's Maui in front, Descending Miss is moving up, puts the neck in
2-1.
front. Descending Miss, I feel, has just won over Maui. Photo finish for third. White Tapu and Perron. Behind those next was My Missy, Halo Sun, Spanish Fighter, and last of all, Johnny Buzz.
Okay, the favourite gets the job done here in race number 1. I favour him on the outside. He did have the momentum. Oh, I think he's got there, hasn't he? Over Maui?
I think he definitely has, Sil. It looked as though he was going to have a think about it, but he got there right in the last stride. I think will defeat Maui back towards the inside.
Oh, there's just such a fine line with this horse. And when he won here a few starts ago, he only won by the barest of margins. I don't think
2-1-3-7, the favourite won.
He's been a bit of a sitting duck his last couple, the way that the races have unfolded. But today, I think it actually suited him. They went a pair further back. He got a beautiful truck up into the race, presented at the right time. Maui was great. He's going to win one very shortly. And Perrant, just the way the race unfolded, it didn't suit him. He was wide early. Then he went forward. He ended up in a beautiful position, but maybe just that early effort told.
Yeah, he deserved it. Descending Mist.
So what happened is that 2 was in beautiful hands. Went through. Right, we'll go to the next, which is a maiden. 7 and 10 has been scratched. 2493. Hello. US7 at Kembla. I think it's the same feed, yes. What is that, Lewis? Dart? What is that? Dart or a new UFO? A unicorn?
See an ant, friendless, tacked at $7. Feisty Legends into $5.50. Best back runner, clearly number 7, Shangri-La Impact. It'll lead Shangri-La Impact. It's got to run the 1,400 metres. This is race number 1 on the card. Good luck, punters. Here's Mr. Luke Marlowe.
Up comes Nanyahi. Tact is moving forward. Thanks, Ben, and thanks, BK. Sky Racing 1 and the National Racing Service joining us for the first here at Kembla Grange. Welcome, everyone. $2.90 about Shangri-La Impact now is a very warm favourite as they're getting close. Just the favourite to come along, company with Banksy. Ant already in the stalls. Ants can carry 20 times their body weight, so you should have no problem carrying the 57.5 here. Banksy walking up for Tommy Berry, and we're set for race 1 on a beautiful afternoon here in Kembla. Good 4-6 metre rail. Red light on. They're off and racing immediately now, and Ant was out the back. Shangri-La Impact didn't jump all that well either. Is mustering though. First to go was Nanyahi. It's got the lead from Tack now quickly to its outside, and Shangri-La Impact moving up. When they settle down, Tack and Shangri-La Impact find themselves in front. Nanyahi's just behind the speed from Elvina. Then came Feisty Legend, Ant, and 2 lengths away was Banksy. Tack the leader. 1,000 metres left to go. It's put back on the bridle in front, leading by a half length on Shangri-La Impact. Elvina's third, the inside of Nanyahi. Next pair include Ant and Feisty Legend, and 2 lengths away Banksy last. To the 600 metres, it's Tack the front runner. Tack leading narrowly to the heavily backed favourite Shangri-La Impact. 1 away Nanyahi. It's in third, the outside of Elvina. Ant is trying to come off the inside, and Feisty Legend is to its outer. Banksy behind in the straight, and Shangri-La Impact moves up and hits the lead from Tack the inside. Then Nanyahi. Ant is trying to wind up from Feisty Legend. Banksy up the fence. Shangri-La Impact and Tack are fighting it out from Elvina. Ant keeps chipping away. 150 out. Tack. Shangri-La Impact, they've been at it all the way. Tact is responding. Shangri-La Impact having another go. They hit it. Photo. Tact maybe, but there's not much in it. Shangri-La Impact put one last bob in right on the post. Just behind those was Elvina, Banksy, Ant, and Nanyahi.
I think it's 4, bro.
I don't want to go the early crow, but I reckon the 4 will get it on the inside. Jack.
Yeah, it'll get it. It'll get it for sure. 4 will beat 7, then a further photo for third, maybe 5 in the front of 1. But 4 and 7 in the photo. 4 looks prominent on the inside. Richard and Will Freeman. Kieran McAvoy picks up the ride in the dynamic syndication colours, the white with the red cap. And it just kept on bobbing on the inside. And Shangri-La Impact just couldn't get past it. And third,
Okay, this is the second one. It's a maiden race. 2 is the favorite, right? If we look through the odds, it's 2, 4, 9, and 3. We look through the rails. 4 is the linear, but it's got just 1 race, so that's a strong linear. It's probably one of the best hands. This is a lot of force into this. There's a lot of force into this. There's a lot of force, and but I kind of like the two. The 2 should be doing it. This one, there's a lot of force that's working, but that should be it. 9 has the last mile advantage, but we're not going to play all that. This track is not to play all that. We'll just go with the win. So 2 looks good. 4 is the linear 1100 meter. The 5 has 6 races, did not do anything. The 9 has 14 races, the score is not great. The 3 has 8 races, and that's the largest outer drift. And it probably is not there. If the 2 doesn't get tailed, we'll go with 2.
9 today. What a happy birthday to Graham Watson.
So that's the favourite.
Good racing man, and he's enjoying working his birthday. What else would you want to do? Come to the races. This is race 1 at Townsville. It's a maiden plate over 1400 metres. Randwick Carver, the favourite before. At 175 out to 185. Good support coming for the one Napa Valley into 290 from 370. I've gone 4213 on with the 4 Randwick Carver. I just think there's enough on what we saw in the southeast corner. Beaten 3.5 lengths in metro quality over 1800 at Eagle Farm, 3 back. That would be good enough to win a race like this for sure. So looked well enough. Ash Butler, good rider aboard, and it goes into the gates. I think it'll win. But what can beat it? March Madness? There's got to be a win there somewhere, surely. But look, he's got the ability. He just hasn't got the mind to get in there first. But look, he's in the mix for sure. I think he does go well for the girls. The 1 Napa Valley, I can see why there's money. Good run here over 1200 last start. The 3 Mashani Berg probably just needs one more, but showed good form the last preparation. 4, 2, 1 and 3 are my numbers. You're shopping even money now about Randwick Carver. 175 out to $2. Way to money for the 1 Napa Valley. 370 into 270. 2 March Madness a little easy. 4 out to 6. Then the 3 Mashani Burn 850 to 950. Let's head upstairs to Peter Rose, deputising for Tony Wade today. Here he is to call home the first at Townsville.
Yeah, set the lights on. Mr. DeQuo going down low. They stand well. racing in the first, and Missing to Quo off the inside began well. Going to push forward and lead early. Mashani Burn away nicely today. Gets up to the outside of the leader. Sneaky Chase going to get the box seat third, the inside. Remlap Carver's pushing forward. It's 3 wide the favourite in the early stages. Butler might have to press on here. Napa Valley gets over one off the fence. March Madness back to second last, and Elizabethan is last. They head down the back straight in search of the 1,000 and Mashani Burn. Mashani Burn's going to cross over and lead. Remlap Carver, the favourite, gets one off the fence in second placing. Missing to Quo third, the inside. Napa Valley's racing one out, one back. Sneaky Tay after beginning well has dropped back to third last, the inside. Elizabethan second last, and March Madness has it all to do as last of all. They swing down the side now, about 650 metres to go, and Mashani Burn slipped a little bit more rain here by Thompson. Opens up about a length on the outside is Remlap Carver. Missing to Quo having a good run the inside. Napa Valley getting a little bit closer to the outside. They were followed then by Sneaky Tay. Elizabethan pushed along, and March Madness. It's got it all to do. It's about 6 or 7 lengths off this leading pair, which on the point of the turn, Remlap Carver serves it up to Mashani Burn. It's Remlap Carver the outside. Mashani Burns in for the fight the inside. Napa Valley's had a good run behind him and is peeling out into the 3 wide line. It could be the fresh horse. Napa Valley the outside's gone past the favourite Remlap Carver. Mashani Burn whacks away, but it's Napa Valley. It's had a good run in transit and it's going to start to race away in the first. Napa Valley first, wins by about a length and a half. Remlap Carver second. Mashani Burn fought on well for third. They were followed then by Sneaky Tay. Gap in the field to Elizabeth, and it beat 2 home. March Madness and Missing Nicole after a good run was last of all.
Well, money really came for Napa Valley late. On the totes, drifted back out, but Grandstand Gazette, he just stalked behind the favourite every step of the way, and it was a good ride by GD Cleese. He just knew he had to keep Butler on Remlap Carver within his sights, and he did that and went right on with the job. Good win, well done to Stephen Bush. Graham Cleese, good ride. Napa Valley, too good. The 4 Remlap Carver just probably wasn't suited early, had to try and probably get ridden a little bit outside of the comfort zone, but was able to track up outside of Mashani Burn and looked the winner turning for home, but you could see the stalk run for Napa Valley and he just went on by. 1 beats the 4, no major excuses there. 3 Mashani Burn, battle on okay to run third, and the 7 Sneaky Tay has run fourth. 1, 4, 3 and 7 the numbers. Stephen Bush, Graham Cleese, salute in the first at Townsville with the well back Napa Valley. We'll take a short break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, Priscilla Looker and Melinda Turner. It's 2 at Armidale.
Welcome back to Armidale. We've got runners in the yard for race 2. This is a www.armidale Jockey Club maiden plate, run over the 1100. And we've got a short price favourite, well, our shortest price favourite on the day lines up here in race number 2. It is number 2, in fact. Knock Me Out. We'll get to him very shortly. Let's have a look at our top weight Puma hunt for Chelsea Hillier and Mary Moses. He's first up. He's had the benefit of the 1 trial. He gets crossover noseband back on. The tongue tie and the winkers come off. He's yet to report a placing in 3 stars, but don't mind the look of him in the yard. He's having a good look around, but he's in great order.
Yeah, he looks okay, actually. I didn't mind his trial either, although he was ridden along. I thought he suckled quite nicely to be beaten half a length. Just looking at him physically, I don't know whether Armidale is going to be his type of track, but he couldn't be presented in any better condition.
For 2, this is our favourite, Knock Me Out, for Ben Locker and Sterling Osland. He's been gelded since his last run at Musselbrook, where he just raced in restricted room that final 100 metres. This is the first time I've laid eyes on him. I think he's going to be a nice horse moving forward. Obviously done a little bit of work here, and I think the inside gate's an advantage.
Yeah, he's a little keen to get on with things, but certainly not going over the top. I think he's coming out of a far stronger race than what he contested last start to what he meets here. He's ready to get on with his inside barrier today is a real advantage, and he's got good tactical speed. He's short in the market, but he's the horse to beat. Okay, horse number 3 is Cool Bruce for Jack Brown. He's had a couple of runs in Queensland, both over the 800 metres. Winner won quite comfortably there last start and looks pretty promising. He's got a lovely, healthy look about his coach. It's a little bit tricky to line up his form. Yeah, I don't think he was overly comfortable on the soft track at Ipswich last start. He was back towards the inside. Both his career placings have been on firm ground. He gets that here today. He's well placed with Colleen's claim of the 2 kilos coming off, and I'd give him a place chance. When Jury is the 4 for Michael Hegney and Wayne Brown. He's only had the 1 career start. Nice, sensible horse in the yard. Thought he was doing his best work late. I guess it's a matter of if the 1100's too short from him. Yeah, I agree. He actually covers the ground really well, so I expect that he probably wants a little further than what he finds himself in here today, particularly getting onto the tighter track. But he'll be back minding his own business. If the leaders overdo it, he's the run-on horse. 5, a little bit Irish for Billy Cray and Tracy Bell. She's alongside the pony. She's a little bit of a highly strong mare. She's coming out of a super maiden from here last start, and I like the way she closed off. Yeah, she's been unplaced in 6 career starts, but her last start effort was encouraging. She got back. She worked home nicely back towards the inside. Billy's had a sit on her, so he's familiar with her now. Buckles and Bows is the 6 for Jake Tracy Holmes and Peter Mills. Pacifies on for the first time. She looks sensational. I can't fault her appearance. She's deep into the campaign. She's rock hard fit. 4 weeks between runs, and she's got to come back from the 1500 back to the 1100. So not sure about the setup with that. She's only a tiny little mare, but she presents well. Parissident is the 8 for Izzy Neal and Sally Torrens. I only have 1 run for Sal, and thought it was an encouraging effort after doing a little bit of work early. Yeah, I agree. I think she just felt the pinch late first up. She sat up outside the leader. She was beaten a touch over 2 lengths. I'm sure she shoots fitty here second up into the campaign. The claim's a bonus. Okay, a few horses going in every direction here. We'll move to the 9, which is Woku for Winnie Peel and Paddy Cunningham. She was placed here last start. She's just been a little bit fierce over the 1400, so they elected to drop it back in trip here last start, and it seemed to be a very good move. Yeah, she's only had the 2 runs for Paddy, like you said, overdid it at 1400 metres 2 runs ago, but much better when coming back in trip here last start. She finds a very similar race here today, so I think she can only run well. Okay, our short price favourite is the 2 Knock Me Out, the combination with the first winner on the card, Descending Mist, taking out race number 1, which had good support in the market. And this horse, Knock Me Out, has been $1.65 into $1.55. When Jury has been $3.70 out to $4.20, out to $4.80 now, so he's on the drift. Woku has been kept safe at $5.50. Then we go to the 3 Cool Bruce, $15 out to $17. Away from that, there has been a little bit of money for Kuma Hunt, our top weight, $23 into $18. A little bit of money for a little bit Irish into $19. And away from that, our other couple of runners have drifted. So our favourite, $1.75 into $1.55 is the 2 Knock Me Out. And a short time ago, Mel caught up with his jockey, Ben Locker. Betty, you were aboard this guy last start at Muswellbrook. Were you happy with his efforts?
Yeah, he was really good. He obviously his first start from Stirling, he was up on a hot tempo and just got a bit of interference from the outside runner up the running. First go Sydney way of going too. He's just that little bit hesitant. He obviously had his stones in that start, and Sterling has killed him since. So he comes back here to his home track. Obviously, he hasn't been here long, but as a rule, Sterling's horse is really raced well at home, and he comes up with the 1 early, which is a big plus.
And he's got good gate speed, so I'm assuming you utilise that.
Yeah, for sure. He's got plenty of gate speed, and he's going to bounce and put himself there if something's to go silly. He'll be able to hopefully sit off it here. Obviously, in Melbourne, he wanted to overdo things a little bit, but he relaxed okay. I thought it must have on debut for Sterling.
In race 4, you ride Where to Crawdad. Sing's been really consistent in easier company.
Yeah, it's been thereabouts. It's you're looking at his form, you'd think it would have run more than it has, but raced well here 2 starts ago, and obviously didn't see its last start, but I feel if it can run to that form 2 starts ago, it wasn't a bad form race. So gets in here today with a nice gait and no weight on its back in a race that probably lacks that little bit of tempo. So he puts himself up on the bunny and hopefully give a good start.
You're back aboard Invincible Ready in race 5, probably short of his best today.
Yeah, I'd say so. He obviously hasn't had a trial, so Craig's probably trying to keep him on the fresh side. He's a horse he can gallop. Whether he's just looking for that little bit further, he got pretty down pretty quick last preparation. So whatever he does today, he will improve on.
Dalton race 6.
Last start was okay in a hot run race at Taree, make good ground late. Comes back here, he's drawn a little bit awkward. There seems to be a bit of tempo in the race. As long as he can sort of be as handy as possible while being comfortable is probably his best chance.
And skates on in the last. What's happened to skates on?
I don't know.
Lee, welcome back, Lee.
He's 1-2 here at Armidale, so yeah, look, he works really good at home, and there's no reason why he shouldn't be racing better, but for some reason, race stage just hasn't really been putting it in, so today's probably D-Day for him, but like I said, he does come back to a track where he's performed well in the past.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Into $1.45 now for the 2 Knock Me Out. I mean, he's got to handle the track, but he looks to have a bit of upside. I'm within 2, 4, 5 and 9. First time I've laid eyes on him from the yard, but I thought he presented in terrific order. He's obviously still a little bit new to the game, but I just think 1100 home track, he'll race on the speed and he'll be there for a long way. When Jury, I'm surprised to see the drift with him. I thought his first up run was encouraging. He was a nice, sensible horse to look at in the yard. It's just whether the punters are wary and are of the opinion that he could be looking for a little bit further. The 5, a little bit Irish. She a little bit highly strung. I just see they're resaddling her at the back of the gates there, but I liked her run here last start. I thought she was doing her best work late. She seems to be maintaining her condition. And the 9, Woku, she was nice and relaxed here today. That run last start has just taken the edge off her. She was racing out over further, so I think just keeping her to 1,000, the way that she raced at 10, where she looked a little bit fierce there, seems to be the key. So hard to tip against the favourite here, 2, 4, 5 and 9.
Yeah, I agree. 2, 4, 9 and 8. Knock Me Out goes on top, but he's got the form on the board. He's coming out the strongest form race, being a super maiden at Muswellbrook 4 weeks ago, where he was beaten 3/4 of a length, and he was one of the standouts for being a beautiful body horse physically, and he gets the advantage of an inside gate with good tactical speed. Wendouree, I was surprised to see the drift with him in the market, like you mentioned. I thought he was brilliant at Coonabarabran first up, just whether he just wants a little bit further or a bigger track. Woku is doing a good job since entering her new stable. I think we'll drop back to 1100 metres, was far better suited here last start. And Parissa Dent, she ran really well having her first run for the new stable, and she gets a claim today for Izzy Neal. She'll roll forward from there, I think. 2, 4, 9 and 8.
Okay, loading away nicely here, but it is one-way traffic for our favourite. Knock Me Out, $1.75 into $1.40. Here's Rod for the call of race 2.
So there are only a handful of runners to move forward, waiting for a decision about Coffs Harbour tomorrow, but a big Saturday of racing, Easter Saturday at Port Macquarie, as the hopeful of racing continues after a very successful training day last week here. So all roads lead to Port Macquarie this Saturday. So President to move forward, and the line is just about set for the Armidale Jockey Club Maiden Plate, race 2 over 1100 metres. Tana moves down front, Buckles and Bows pulls away at the first attempt. Ben Lucas, Sterling Osden looking for an early double after Descending Mist took the first event. So we wait for Buckles and Bows. Jake Tracy Holmes and a group of attendants are trying to coax this runner in from the Peter Mills stable. Goes in now, line set, Armidale race 2, 1100 metres before them. Knock Me Out, the favourite, drawn the inside. They stand, line set, ready. They're racing. Fastest to begin was Woku, bounced a half length in front over the hot pot, Knocked Me Out, who's right there. Second, Cool Bruce. Third, Parisitant is fourth. A length and a half to Kuma Hut, who's on the outside. And sneaking up underneath it was a little bit Irish. Clear of Wendouree next to last. And 2 lengths away last of all was Buckles and Bows. A well strung outfield. Ben Looker takes Knock Me Out to a clear lead. Out by 2, Woku second. 2 lengths away third is Cool Bruce, followed by Parisitant. On the inside of it was a little bit Irish. 2.5 Kuma Hut. Wendoree's hard at it next to last. And a half length last of all was Buckles and Bows. To the home turn, Knocked Me Out in front, giving a steady leads to the bent line long neck. Over Woku, inching close in the chest up with a baldy face. 2.5 away third was Cool Bruce. Behind those, Parisitant. Around the home turn, Knocked Me Out in front, extends. Leads by a length. Woku second, followed Parisitant down the outside. This favourite's no good thing. In fact, Woku has strode to the front. In the second with Cool Bruce, it's Woku in front from Cool Bruce, Parisitant, but Woku's too good. Woku's first. Second might be Cool Bruce in front of the fast finishing Kuma Hut. Parisitant behind those next was a little bit Irish. Wendouree and Bows. Knocked Me Out. Has wilted badly and is back at the tail of the field.
Oh, very disappointing there. We'll see what's the wash up after race 2, but it was Woku. Ran really well here last start when dropping back in trip, settled on speed and has been too strong in the run home for Wendy Peel and Paddy Cunningham. Win number 1 from start number 15, and she's only been in Paddy's care for the 3 runs now. I think the 3 has ended up running second there, which was Cool Bruce, so that's an improved run. Top weight raced well. We'll want a little bit further and a bigger track, no doubt. And was it the 8? That is correct. Or is it there for 4? So 9, 3, 1 and 8.
Yeah, the combination of Paddy Cunningham and Wendy Peel continued. I think they got a double here at our last meeting here today. This mare, she set up on top of the speed.
So 2 was the favorite. It did not win. 9 won. And then the 3. One with the advantage. And even 8. So 2 and 4, they did not win. By the visuals, I did not like it, the way it ended. And but that's what we're dealing with. Yeah, so Edie, we are here for the first time, so we are going to learn about this track today. I'm going to place bets, but be careful. I mean, if you look at the replay of that race, it did not look right. It did not look right. So possibilities, what happened is, if we want to consider that, no, it played right, okay, if we want to do that, which I don't know if it actually played right. So what are the excuses? So if you look at 2 and 9, this is not the linear. The linear was 4. The 4 did not get through. All right. That was under 303. This one was under 125, wherein the 9 was a heavier horse, and less pressure, and this one was the outer drift. So the outer drift is outer drift. That's the second horse pool in any ways. But even if we want to believe that this thing has 14 races, it did not. I mean, it's not impressive the way things have gone through with this horse, but that's the only excuse that I can find. But I mean, I honestly did not see the 4 was the linear. Here is the problem. They need to come in. I mean, if we want to believe horse racing, then we have to believe it methodically. So the favorite was handicapped by these people, and it did not win. This one I can understand, but this 125 for 3 races with numbers is doable. Why wouldn't that happen? I mean, 9 had advantage, but why wouldn't 2 get in the top 3? Why wouldn't that happen? Why would everything go upside down? How would that 8 get in and that 1 get in and the 2 just, I mean, just goes out of the window? Anyway, we lost that. So 9, 3, 1 and 8. It was a very strong favorite. So it was a very, very strong favorite. 1.6 here on the tote. $12 and $15 has been scratched from the third one. $1, $14, $8 and 3.
Welcome back to Kembla Grange. We're just over 4 minutes away from race 2. We'll probably run a little bit late. The horses are just making their way into the yard. What simply happened, just for the delay, number 8, Nenya High in the first. Unfortunately, it looks like it's boded tendon, and the vet has been looking after the horse in the yard here. And to make sure the horse is looked after its best care, the vet said didn't really want to move the horse and walk the horse. So they brought a float down in. They've taken the horse and he'll go across away to the veterinary hospital and have his tendon and then have a good time out. But yeah, it's great to see the care for these horses. The vet just showing compassion and saying, right, we don't want to walk the horse while he's bandaged the tendon all the way up, Wayne, but he looks okay. Hayat is favoured in this race at even money. That's yours for there, $2. It's one of those races, Wayne, that it wouldn't surprise me if it won Big 10. It wouldn't surprise me if you got a little bit tired late. Let's have a look at them. Number 1, Beeman. Trained by Pete Snowden, Zach Lloyd's on board. He's a nice colt by Stitzel. He's $5.50.
Yes, nice colt like Darren, and got a little bit of development in it. Probably the same story there. But he's trialled okay. He's had the 2 trials, went second. Just set off the speed at Warwick Farm. He won his most recent trial sitting outside the leader. It's ridden by Tommy Berry.
I did not have any other track today. I definitely did not want to get into Kembla.
This horse, I think, looks like a ready-made horse.
I thought we'll get the same or, but we did not get the same or.
For number 2, Senator, the colt by Monroe out of Memorial. Well named. James Cummings, Adam Ironic.
I had no other track.
Ran last, that's only run it round, but what's called Peloton won the race. Peloton went around and ran very competitive.
Kembla is the last place to go for me. I don't want to go to Kembla for sure.
To put away after that, I like the trials coming into this, and second to 2 900-metre trials, and more than exerted in them, so don't be surprised if I check the race.
26 till 21, Senator. The horse at Senator from trial, he ran second in the trial.
Guardsman.
It was number 3, Guardsman. Michael Freeman, Tommy Berry's on board. Just got to $8, trickled back into $7.50 this colt by Extreme Choice.
Look, I know he put this one on top. What was saying about Hayek before, if he goes too hard and something's coming home, could be Guardsman. Tommy Berry has ridden this horse in, I think, every trial. He's had 4 trials, 2 preps. His latest, he was given a point one Warwick Farm. He went 4th there, and then he won his last trial, sat outside the leader. I like the turn of foot when Tommy put the foot down off he went. So no surprise to see him win. I think he's a nice horse.
The favourite was $1.95 about 15 minutes ago. Now $2.20. Number 4, Hayek. Björn Baker, Rachel King, White Gate, but he's got breeding speed.
Yeah, he's a capitalist. He's a colt. He's got the white alley, but he's got a stack of speed. I've got Flying Machine written over his name here, which he is. They did ride him quiet in one trial, and all he wanted to do was run. Now, he did one trial, but 14 lengths. He's a runner, and as you said, he'll either lead and win, they won't get near him, or, well, you don't know if they can bring their trial form to the races. We'll soon see today.
Robbie and Luke Price, train number 6, the filly by Shooting to Win. Tyler Schiller, all 2, she's 100 to 1.
Yeah, ran 4th on the trial, wasn't extended, but horse a beater in the trial, run unplaced at Wagga since then.
Acacia is number 7, Pete Snowden, Tommy Sherry's on board, $11. It's solid at that.
Second in the Snowden's horses, given a chance to. I'm going to be a broken record here, Rich. So many nice horses that have trialled quite well. 4 trials, 2 preps. Ran second, that's 2 trials this time, and hasn't really been pressed. So, I wouldn't take a surprise.
Number 8, Bottle of Bubbly, soft draw, Ronnie Quick, Louise Day. She's riding with Louise Day. Soft draw, $23.
Yeah, looks very fit. 2, 3 trials. 2 latest ones, one a trial and run second, and does show speed, won't be too far away, good draw.
Very good money for this filly by Seat Excel and Amy Casares, James Cummings, Kieran McAvoy on board. $7.50 into $5.50 in the last 10 minutes.
I'm dying to try to find a spot for this filly. Trials have been good. She had 2 trials. Quite one in the first one, then she won the last trial. She cruised to the front of the 200 and looked like she had a bit of quality.
The bottom one, Stardom, the filly by Zoot Star, Waterhouse bot, Regan Baylor's on board, out to $14.
I thought the numbers had a bit of a tip for it. 3 trials, 2 preps. The latest trials have been okay. They've been up on one in a very strong trial, and then so outside the leader in the next one. But not wanted in the market, so I'm just not quite sure where we're going. They were different in the numbers, but we'll have another good look at them.
Your numbers, Wayne, race number 2 for the 2-year-olds.
Can you give me 2 seconds, mate?
Right, I'll do Darren Beekman's coming over to chat. And I have to say your Christian name, Darren, because if I just said I was going to interview Beekman, they might have thought I was going to interview the horse.
Yeah, Mr. Ed did get on well.
What about that? Of course, trained by Peter Snowden, a horse named after you.
Yeah, they said he was a bit of a cheeky lad. He was a young colt, so that's not
Still got his
so it was funny, I was just out in the horse stalls and the girl didn't see me walk in, that's strapping him, and we're about 4 horses up from him, and she was trying to brush him and he was fiddling around and she's saying, Dazza, stand up, Dazza.
How's it going?
Well, it goes all right.
What are these 2 horses? Senator Target had the 1 race start. I love this trials this time back in.
He is. He's a late foal, so obviously he's going to be better with a bit of time, but he's got good natural ability. Did everything right the other day to a certain degree. Just got a little bit keen mid-trial, but he's still, learning his craft, and but he'll run a very competitive race.
What about the filly Casares?
Yes, she's a real natural type. She's got nice gate speed. Can get a little bit gassy, as she did in the trial, but hopefully she can just find a nice rhythm and they run along a bit so she can just find a feed and hit the line.
It was good to see Tempted bounce back after the slipper on Saturday.
Yeah, she's a ripper. She's, right from day one, she's really standing herself as a quality filly. And
Lee,
a lot to look
Kembla
forward to.
11th place.
J-Max watching. It was good to see him. Thought it was better ground, 4 and 5 deep in the last one commemorative.
Oh, no fault of his, like...
Place is good at Kembla. It's just they mess up with the winning odds. They just mess up with the favorite. That's what they do.
No, I love watching J-Mac ride.
They just mess it up with the winning horses.
Which one of these two, the filly or the boy?
I think the colt.
Really?
Yeah.
It's $26.
And they do it purposely, I think.
But can't eat it off try. There he is. Wayne, your numbers in race 2.
Mate, I've changed my numbers 10 times. Okay, this is where I'm going. 4, 3, 9, 1. Got stick with Hayek. I just you like the
4, 3, 9, 1. The 4 is getting tailed.
Seemed to play okay. Didn't seem to worry about too much. I thought number 3, Gardner. I'm going to throw him in. I think Tommy Berry had his choice of a field here. Which I wasn't at his last trial. Down to number 9, I was surprised that the Jackson outcome with the filly Casaros. Just really liked this last trial. And I've got to throw Cleveland again, or whatever you want to call him. I'll throw him in the numbers. I just throw the preview number 11 start on the Waterhouse runner, but geez, it's just right out the gate. It looked okay in the parade, so if anyone likes it, don't take offence I haven't tipped it. But we'll go that way, Rich. 4, 3, 9, 1.
4, 3, 9, 1 on the way to the gates here, and of course we'll be going straight from this race to Townsville. We'll barely get time for our numbers, but stay tuned. But here we are. I can tell you here, I just put up Armidale. I'll be down in my Kembla Grange messages from the boys. Race number 2 here on the number 1 Beatman. This is the day. $5 out to $6.50 back into 6. Been good little buddy. Cenotaph been 15 to 26 back to 23. Then coming to 19 at one stage. Guardsman's 8 to $6.50. Kayak is $1.95 out to $2.40. Getting very easy late. 6 odd to 100 to 1 back into $81. Acacia's been 13 to 9.50 to 7. Been well back. Bottle of Bubbly number 8 out $26 from 10. Casaroos has been 7.50 into 5. Stardom 14, 13, 15, 13. Best back runner. So the favourite's still holding plenty of money, even though it's giving out the $2.50. But the best 2-back runners in the last 15 minutes with the tab.com.au are clearly numbers 9 and 7. Casaroos and Acacia. So they've been the best 2-back runners at a bit of odds and a little bit less than the favourite's still holding plenty of money. It'll be in front for a long way. It's just whether it'll be in front at the end of the race. It'll be a matter of how much, Wayne, I'd imagine the favourite can conserve its energy while it's running.
Just knows how to run, Rich. Just gets out and goes. They tried to hold it up in a trial. It just wanted to rip and tear. I think it'll have too much speed for him, but as you say, and I'd say trial form doesn't always come to the races. But we'll see today. He did win one trial by 14 lengths. So that tells you it just runs. So anyway, we'll see. For the 200-metre mark, that's going to be the danger.
$2.60 now. It's starting to get a little bit smelly on the nose. Let's head upstairs. Race number 2 on the card. Here's Luke Marlowe.
Key with this horse. Get executing correctly. You can get that little bit keen, this colt. His first start. Just need to conserve his energy and not shoot that head around too much as he has done in the trials. Now we're just about right to run here. Beatman's about to move forward to the outside gate. The starter will shortly release them. 1,000 metres for race 2. The light turned on now. All set. And they're racing now. Pretty good line out. Hayek jumped on terms. Guardsman showing speed. Stardom to the inside away well. When they settle down, Hayek is burning across to lead Stardom. And in that group of runners was Cenotaph and Casaroos now, in fact, improving the outside. Bottle of Bubbly, Guardsman. In behind the speed, Acacia, followed by Beedman. Between horses, Cenotaph second to last. And 2 lengths away, aisle 2 at the tail. Hayek round the turn, 400 metres to run. is the leader from Casaroos. Bottle of Bubbly back to the inside. Stardom, Beedman and Guardsman are running down the outside. It's Hayek in front, 200 metres to go. Starting to shorten stride though. Beedman's charging over the top and Acacia gets a splitter. 100 to go. Acacia surging through with Beedman. It's Acacia the inside, Beedman the outside, and Acacia's going to do best and win. Beat Beedman.
7-1, 11-4. Lee. There's your 11. 7-1, 11-4.
The punters were right. The best two back runners, 7 and 9. 7 gets the money at good odds. Wow, look at that. Acacia, Peter Snowden, and Tommy Sherry, $10.60 and $3 in the day.
Beautiful.
Baxter came about a long time. Macquarie Star, $10.60 and $3. 1 Beacon at $2. 11 Stardom at $2.70. The easy favourite. Runs for 7, 1, 11 and 4. That's race 2 at Kembla Grange. We've got to head to Townsville. Who's charging?
Welcome back to Townsville for race 2, the Ladbrokes Communities Class 1 handicap. It's over 1,000 metres. Let's have a look.
Okay, this is the this is the third one, Maiden 1400 meter. That one is the favorite. If you look through the odds, it's 1, 14, 8 and 3. If we look through the race, that's 1, 14, 8 and 3, all within the rails, out of which 14 definitely has a lot of management going on, and that's one of the drifts. 1 is the favorite. So I don't know if I want to get into this, because it's a 1400 meter. Okay, it's a 1400 meter, and if we actually look at the advantage on the so what happened here is weird. I don't understand that, but in here that one is the favorite. It has 3 races, got some numbers, that's okay. The 8 has 17 races, given huge advantage here. The 1 has no pressure, absolutely no pressure on this horse. 14 has 20 races with a weird kind of a pressure. 3 has 14 races with less pressure. So I honestly, if we look at this side of the story, then 1 probably is in a moderately good hand, but the best hand here is 5. The best hand here is 5. These people are professionals. Okay, now when it is a maiden race, this is something that needs to be taken a look, because when it is maiden race, these are like drifts, all drifts coming out. All right, these are all drift numbers. These are not linear numbers. Now, if we look at the linears here, then what do we get is the first one. Okay, 417, gate number 4, has 3 races, is a chance that's there, but it's a bad management. The second one is anyway an EW. These two are anyway EWs. All right, so 10 is the second one. It's in a moderately good hand as well. If we look at that number and this number, this is better. And 5 is the best hand. So there are other advantages that might work. So if I mean, I don't want to talk about one. One is the favorite. Okay, one is the favorite. 14 is a drift number. 3 and all that is there. Odds are odds. That's what they are. But if we actually try and understand what's going on, if we want to look a little deeper, then these horses, they have 3, 3, 4, 4 races. They did not do anything. 5 has 2 races. 6 has just 1 race. Okay. But Jockey is a problem with 6. Here, the 5 is, after that 8 is within the odds. 8 is within the odds. 8 has a good jockey, but also has 17 races. So whether it will do anything, I don't know. So that's something that I don't know. But if we look at this advantage line, then that 2 has a lot of advantage going on, but let's just stay away from them because they're like not matured enough. So that's not happening here. I kind of like the 5 and the 10. I like both of them. I like the 5 because of the management, and also if we look through this, then you know, the 5's got a lot of advantage in the last mile. If it plays right, the 5 has a lot of advantage in the last mile. It's probably the best hands here. The rest, everything is all weird. And the 10 is anyway an EW. It is anyway an EW. So, I mean, maiden races, this thing, if we had a linear, this would come in. If we had a linear, but we don't have a linear. This one, if we consider this as a linear, this is probably one of the best horses, you know, one of the best maiden horses. So, but they have a very lousy management going on, very lousy management. So I am not sure whether they'll be able to deliver. The next one in line is 10. Has a good management. I mean, moderate management. It is not the greatest of all. But that's what it looks like. And the 5 definitely has advantage through the last mile and through the management. It has 2 races. This one has 3 races. It did not do anything in 3 races. Probably this is, but the, I mean, it's 6, forget about 6. 6 is way out of line. 6 is way out of line. Plus, they don't have a management. Here, if we look at the advantage line, then it is 133 on a 241. Here it is 439, and 5 is 274 by 156. Here it is 480. And the distance is 1400 meter. So 10 definitely has a chance. 10 definitely has a chance to beat this. And the 5, if the 5 management works, then the 5 is also there. The 5 is there in some way or form. And talking about the favorites and all that thing is going on, the 1 is in moderate hand. They will not, it will not hurt them to lose this race. They anyway are on that category. I mean, all of them are in that category, but it is not going to hurt them to lose that race, and this is not going to reflect anything on their resume. This is, it's not, they're not like Chris Waller and, Animal Nation. They're not like that. They're a rural track and they just work for money. That's all that they do. Plus, they're kind of exposed. So anybody a lower number can hurt them big time. Anybody with a linear force can hurt them big time, and they're ready to take that because that's what they do. I mean, that's my understanding of teams. Adaman 10, 6, 14. And I like the 10. I also like the 5. This where are you talking, Adaman? You're talking, I hope you're talking Armidale. And please mention that. How would I understand which track you're talking? You play 10 tracks. Armidale. Okay. I like the 10. I like the 10. There's, I like the 10, but the 5 has management. The 5 also has. I mean, the ideal thing to do is stay away. The best thing to do is stay away. Do not get involved. If you want to play it on tote with minimum tote, just for the sake of it. But we'll see. Then win.
In a provincial maiden gone back some time ago. The 8 Clever Illusions, good market support for this fellow. He's up on the toe, ready to get on with things. And he's trying to get Matt Favours here today, which counts for a lot here at Armidale. The 14 Mad Harry, he's in place 3 from his last 4. He's another one that gets Matt Favours. And Fleetly, I'm going to give her another chance. I quite liked her on 2 runs at Gunga, where she was beaten 2 lengths. And of course, she was disappointing last start at Tamworth. But I think stepping to 1400, perhaps we can see her improve. 1, 8, 14, and 10. They had a few that were reluctant to get into the barriers. One of those was the 2 Coleman Francis. He looked an absolute picture. Beautiful going by Kembla. I don't know whether Armidale is going to be his type of track, but certainly looked the part in the yard for Holly Williams. He has been locked and loaded into barrier 1 now. We've got a clear favourite in the 8 Clever Illusion. Okay, I've just got some news in our previous race on that favourite, our short price favourite, which was knocked me out. He's put up with a tendon injury, so he's put up lame. So if you backed in, there was genuine excuses there. Yeah, and he looked a bit travelling so beautifully out in front. Obviously, weakened out quite noticeably. So, you knew there was going to be something in the wash-up. It's unfortunate. Hopefully, it can be mended. Yeah, he'll just obviously have a spell and a little bit of R&R, and they'll
they'll be able to get him back to the races, I'm sure. Just taking their time here at the back of the gates, aren't they, Mil?
Yeah, there was a few where, like I said, Call Me Francis started the problems, and a couple of others have been reluctant to head into the barriers. We do have one more riderless there, and it's the 9 Doncaster Avenue, the 3-year-old.
Make that two riderless now.
Okay, 2 riderless. Speaking of Doncaster Avenue, he's a nice horse to look at, but I think he's a preparation away. You've seen him all the way through the camp.
Yeah, I think he'll be better next preparation from just doing a bit of travelling this time in. They've had him at a few different distances on a few different tracks, and I think that will be the making of him. But I think, in 6 months' time, we'll see a really nice horse. So I've got the 6 riderless now, Boosie's Babe. Where's the blindfold there, and they're just working on the 3. So plenty happening here in the 3rd. As far as our market is concerned, Clever Illusion 440 into 390. Our earlier favourite, which was Skits and Scat, has gone 290 out to 440. Then the 3, El Treve, is at $5. We might get to Rod. He might be able to tell us a little bit more from where he's positioned.
So there's only one horse to move forward. As you mentioned, a few causing a little bit of angst. And thank you for the news regarding Knock Me Out. Tendon injury after the previous event. So we've only got Doncaster Avenue to move forward. Call Me Francis drawn the inside. Final check of the board, 8 Clever Illusion 380, 1 Skip and Scat 460, 3 El Taviro $5, 14 Mad Harry with a red cap at $5.50. Attendants lock hands behind Doncaster Avenue. The horse moves up. Children's Country boosted Maiden handicap 1400. Red lights. They stand. Lights set. Clever Illusion, the favourite in gate 2, off and running. Call Me Francis stepped away well over Mad Harry. Clever Illusion and Brand New Moon stoked up out wide. After 200, Call Me Francis in front. Brand New Moon to second, Mr. Chips third, followed by Skip and Scat and to further length Mad Harry or Tavire the outside, followed by Fleetly Past You, a length to Harsh Mistress, a length further back Boosie's Babe, about 2.5 Clever Illusion, who began all right but lost its potty. It's back third last together with Libby. Back next to last was Doncaster Avenue, and 2 lengths away last of all was Alaska Daloon, a well strung outfield of the 1000. In front, Brand New Moon makes play by 2. Call Me Francis second, third was Skit and Scat, and to further length to Mr. Chips. Behind those next, Mad Harry on the inside of El Tavire from Fleetly and Harsh Mistress. 2 to Past You, Clever Illusion from Boosie's Babe. 2.5 to Libby. Doncaster Avenue's around it, and 3 away last of all was Alaska Daloon. To the home turn, they've claimed Brand New Moon, Skit and Scat and Fleetly with Call Me Francis on the inside. Skit and Scat gets a half in front over Fleetly second. On the inside, Call Me Francis. Behind those Boosie's Babe, followed by Mr. Chips, but inside the 100, it's Skit and Scat in front, claimed by Fleetly on the outside, who darts to the front. Fleetly in front, and Harry to second, followed by Mr. Chips, but it's Fleetly in front and Fleetly.
Boom!
Behind those Boosie's Babe, Mr. Chips.
Congratulations, Adaman!
Stu, Call Me Francis. Brand New Moon next, the last Alaska Balloon back at the tail of the field.
Oh, it's been a happy hunting ground for Lou Mary. A winning double here 9 days ago. He's got 2 runners today, and he gets the first one on the board here
10,
with Flea
14.
at 10:40. They really look to be rolling along in the middle stages, but she's just been too strong over the concluding stages. Mad Harry picks up another check for connections, and the horse the punters liked there in Clever Illusion was just in restricted room waiting to bullock out into the clear and has worked the line okay. There was a couple of unlucky runs, I think, back towards the inside, just improving when a few horses were tiring out of it. So probably a race we need to go back and watch a couple of times. But Fleetly, this 3-year-old filly by Adelaide, breaks her maiden at start number 4.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see her bounce back here. She's only had the 3 career starts prior to today, and although she'd been unplaced, she contested a strong country maiden at Scone on debut, where she was beaten 3 lengths. She then went to Gunnedah, where she was very good from back in the field. Disappointing last start But stepping to 1400 metres here today, she's really attacked the line. Does a great job with his horses, Lou Mary. And we're going
I was out. I did not play this.
Armida's proving to be a happy hunting ground for you. You kicked the day off with a winner. Well done.
Yeah, no, really happy for Andrew Newman, our owner. He's been very patient and he's been well rewarded today.
Tell us a little bit about this filly.
She's, I was about to sack her early in the preparation. And she was just not quite showing enough. She was a little fat dumpling little thing and just a bit of work. She's good to her and just a work in progress. I guess the breeding says she'd be better before.
Neat one. Adam, that was a neat one.
Stepping to the 1400.
She did, yeah. We always thought she did better as the distance we grew up. But she just had to learn to trade on the shorter trips. A good ride again today.
What are the numbers? 10, 14, and what?
And you've got a lucky strapper. First day on the job, and he straps a winner.
Yes, man. The son is got his first strap today. He was a bit green, a bit tense, but hey, got the job done.
He certainly did. He's doing a great job. Well done, Lou. Hope he gets a little bit of extra cash for trapping the
10,
winner.
14, 8, and 4.
Here's Jake. He's going to have a chat to Mel. Over here on the mat, Jake. Well done. You've had a lot to do with this filly throughout a short career, and good to see you get the job done today.
Yeah, no, happy first in the week of my morning over at Scone. And generate a couple for him and
Exacta would be huge, Araman. Exacta would be huge. So what happened here is this, that the 14, 10, 14, all right? So the 14 was with management. 14 was with management and had the last mile. Had the last mile. 10, 14. I mean, this we can't believe, basically, because these are maiden ones, so it's very difficult to believe those numbers. But we do have an indication on this. So this is the 13 had better numbers. It was the larger outer drift, but the 13 did not do anything because of the pressure that was on, and they'll not be able to deliver. The 5 with the management did not do anything. 14, 8 and 4. 8 went through the roof. That was good. And 4 should have actually won. 4 should have actually won. But they have management issues. They will not get anywhere with that attitude. They'll always come fourth. But that's what it is. The management plays a role, and these smaller tracks, they kind of have issues. Kind of have issues. Okay, we'll go to the next. That's a class 1. When 4. No scratchings. Oh, 4, 2, 7, 5. Four, 2, 7, and 5.
In the market.
Performance a bit hard to reach. He won back in October, had a bit of a break. First up run at Gossip was a beauty, this prep. And then a little bit flat last start at Gossip was there, had a chance to win. It was well in the market, and it just eased off. So maybe second up isn't her go.
Righto, big boy. Numbers here, you got them there?
Yeah.
Race number 3 in the car, the class 1 over the 1,000.
It's only in 6 runners now. I hope I get them in the right order. I have gone with Rita Rocket. I just think, as I said, she's only been in the races once from a very good camp, Kira Mark camp. She'll come here fit. She looks fit. She's on top. For number 3, Moonlight Gambler, as I said, his win was better than we thought the other day. Well, I do think so. Anyway, I think you agreed with me there. Then you've got Corian number 2. He's got plenty of ability. And the other one that's thrown in is Lady Zodiac. Definitely can improve the next run the other day. 5-3-2-6.
5-3-2-6 for Wayne. 5-3-2-6. The money horse has been definitely number 5 here. Ready to rock at $4.80 to $2.90. And clear favourite. So been very well backed here today. And there's been good money for it as they come through. I'm going to have a chat with Will first from the John O'Shea Tom Charlton Yard. Then I'm going to get Joe Pride. When Joe gets a second to come across, Will's coming across here. And, now listen, I was looking through the trials on Thursday. I think we're going to see Swartz pop out again at the trials, which is exciting.
Yeah, very excited. Yeah, he's going really well at home. Looked really well in Melbourne. So, yeah.
I'm excited for him. What about this horse here, Will? The bottom one here, Lady Zodiac.
Yeah, you could probably put a red line to a last run. You could probably have at the gates, which the gate's not open like 3 or 4 times. She's quite a fract, but it gets really worked up. That probably didn't work into her favour in the ground, but I think to go well trained, walk around very, very quiet, nice and relaxed. So yeah, hoping for a better run. Good luck, brother. Cheers, mate.
There he is, Will. Joe Pride might come over and have a quick chat. He's just trying to pretend that he's not hearing me, but he can hear me now. He's about to come over now, the great man Joe. And, finished right on the heels of the place getters, and the way that the preparation's gone, I reckon he would have been as proud of Punch Chow Wolf on the weekend.
It's disappointed, mate.
Really, I know, but he still went so.
Not in the horse at all. It was just one of those. It was a race that was set for, and you want everything to go your way. And I had a pretty empty feeling in my stomach when he drew 15. It's a bad start when you've got an even bunch of horses and you draw such a poor barrier. So anyway, we'll move on to his next break. He's having a break now.
He's had a break. Then get back for a swing.
Yeah, back to the swing. He's had 19 starts as a 4-year-old. It's all ahead of him.
Have you worked out yet? Do you think he's a true miler, or do you think he's a?
Armidale 12, same more. We don't have the same more speed.
This stage of his life, the better men say it's going to change. The best 2,000 metres he's going to run might be with a bit different race shape to what we have on Saturday.
Yeah, I agree. What about this horse, Joe? Been like, yeah, I've thought too much time in super.
Yeah, no, he's been racing well. Look, really even field here. There's not much between these horses. Hopefully, come across, get it maybe outside lead, something like that. He's got to jump up from what was a pretty moderate maiden to a decent class 1 here today, but he's got the right shape.
Is the 1,000 metres better than the 900?
Yeah, I think so. He sort of got a little bit out of pace there the other day, but yeah, I think he's a short course horse, so this is about right for him.
Good luck, Joe.
Great, thank you.
Are you all right? What are you doing for Easter?
Going to the South game on Friday, South Dogs.
What about the start of the year? Everyone was doom and gloom for the bunnies.
They've done well, and with plenty of injuries here as well. So I'm not so sure about Friday, our chances on Friday, but it'll be a great game. Someone said they're going to get 70,000 people there for Friday. That's massive. Yeah, no, I'm all set in the box, mate.
In box? I remember Joe Pride from the Battle out west.
This is one of my mates is one of the sponsors of the dog, so
By the dog?
yes.
This is same more.
Sure.
Interesting way. $2.90 the favourite. That's been rock solid, the horse of Kieran Marv.
Yes, as I said, I've said it a few times, I was very impressed with that.
Okay.
Hawkesby. I really like the weight, she pinned her ears back and really attacked the line there. So much so that she was struggling most way up the straight till the 200, and Tim had to give her a couple of reminders around the tail. But then he switched her off the last 100 metres. She sort of went past him, and she won.
This is Kembla, bro.
Trials coming to this, she hasn't been after big much else. We know.
This is Kembla.
Because she started favourite, she could win there at Hawkesbury. She had a couple of very easy trials for mine, so I had to go that way. But there's, I think Joe's horse got improvement in it, Moonlight Gambler. Only a small field, but it's very competitive for mine. And talking of, they've started to have trials. We're talking about trials there before. This inside track here, it's getting rave reviews.
Rave reviews. Yeah, it doesn't look magnificent. I went and walked out there earlier, Wayne. Obviously, that's why there's some divots there and some holes.
I don't say that.
But
it must be 6 months ago.
I think the plan at some stage is to hold meetings on there.
Yes.
Yeah.
They want to doctor up the big girl here, the main track. Yeah. Hasn't been renovated for a long time.
Long time.
And this, getting the reviews that it is, very much looking forward to having it. Yeah,
that's just there on the infield there. You can see it. It looks a magnificent surface.
I can tell you something there. I know they're trying to build new more stables here. There'll be a line-up of people wanting to come here. The new all-weather track here, they rave about it. Before, when it got wet here, you really struggled to get your horses work. But now you've got a great all-weather track. You've got a great inside track, and the old girl on the outside, she's one of the best.
Let me get that bull ring built. We'll be right. If I can just get that bull ring over the line, won't I?
If people don't know, a bull ring is something you take them out, jump them over little hurdles, and it wakes them up.
Just give them a little bit of
it wakes them up.
A different work around. Yeah. Most tracks, a lot of tracks have got little bull rings now. Just to
always have Randwick, Leamington.
Yeah, just to change the horses' work up a little bit. Let me go down the betting here. Number one, Man Wee's been $6 to $7.50, back to $6.50. 2 Corion, 380 to 320. So there's good money late for Corion. They've been the best 2 back runners in turn 5. Number 3, Moonlight Gambler. It is absolutely friendless. It can't get it done. It is $9 now. You'll see it's already updated there. $3, $10 to $9. OG Pan out to $21. Ready to Rock, it's $480 to $290. Lady Zodiac, $390 to $460. 5 and 2 are the only 2 that the punters are really settled on here, according to the boys in the trading office. Both bad results. The boys in the trading office are cheering for $3.10 to $9. 290 and 310. They're getting very close here now. Make that 280. You'll see in a moment. 280 and 310. So they're really just clearing out. The others are. And the John O'Shea, Tom Charlton, bottom one, Lady Zodiac, held its mark just in behind them. There they are. 280 and $3.10. The best app in racing, tab.com.au, and also Racing Sports there. On there, it's the cap. The latest betting. And what have we got? Warwick Farm tomorrow, haven't we? We're looking at the meetings tomorrow. Warwick Farm, Doomben, and Coffs Harbour's on tomorrow, that's right. Coffs Harbour's on tomorrow as well. So there we go. That is on tomorrow. And those trials were on tomorrow morning that were on today from Newcastle are on tomorrow morning. So tune in to 5 to 8. $2.80. $3.10. They're the only 2 the punters want. That's it upstairs. Here is Luke Marlowe for race 3.
Strolling late here. Ready to rock it.
Sorry.
Resumes here for Michael Freeman. Michael kicking this horse off at 1,000 this preparation, which is fascinating to see. The horse reacts to the shortened journey. All its racing's been sort of up over 1,300. And Manwa comes in. First start for Peter Snowden here. Ready to run. Starter says go. They're off and racing. Ready to Rock. It was one of the last out. Lady Zodiac and Asia Pan both began smartly. Pushing into third was Moonlight Gambler from Ready to Rocket. Corion drifting back, and Matt was last of all. Heading past the 600 metres, Asia Pan the inside of Lady Zodiac. They sought the lead out with Moonlight Gambler travelling strongly third. And Ready to Rocket's getting a nice trail behind those fourth. Corion off the bridle as they spin. Asia Pan, Lady Zodiac in the straight from Moonlight Gambler. Now Schiller's trying to get to the outside here. On Ready to Rocket, he's ridden her a treat. She's about 4 off the lead. Lady Zodiac in the straight. Moonlight Gambler coming after it. Now ready to rock it, winding up 2 or 3 off those. It's Moonlight Gambler, Lady Zodiac. Ready to rock it, not there yet. Moonlight Gambler's hit the front, 75 to go. And Moonlight Gambler's going to be too good for Lady Zodiac. Ready to rock it every chance. Then Corrie on it. Asia Pan and Matwa.
$3 to $9 and it wins. Number 3, Moonlight Gambler.
Okay, this is the fourth one. It's a class 1 here at Armidale. If we look through the odds, that's 4, 2, 7, and 5. If we look through the rails, that is 5, 4, 7, 10, and 2. Here is 2. All right. So the odds 4, 7, 2, and 5. 4 is the favorite. 4 is in beautiful hands. But if we look at what's going on, right? So the 4, now let's talk about the 7 first. It is the linear, but it's a 4-figure linear. We've seen a 4-figure linear winning today here, which was a crazy win, but it did not win just because of that. It had other support lines. So here, this is the linear. It's a 4-figure. Is the second favorite. 4 is the first favorite. It's in beautiful hands. Now, if we look what's happening, 7 is at 105. Okay. It's got a brilliant jockey. It's got a brilliant jockey, but that's 1400 meter, and here is the problem. It's at 105, and it is not the favorite. The favorite is 4, but the jockey is an apprentice. This jockey is an apprentice. He's never won a race here at this particular track, and this track is 320 straight, so it needs a little bit of acumen to get this track straight. This guy has never been into any of the races. It's in beautiful hands. It's in beautiful hands. This one has management. This one lacks management, but it is in beautiful hands. This one has a 67% drift out. The thing that is intriguing is number 10. So if we look at what's going on, so here 191 by 0. So it is an advantage, but the jockey has never been into any of these races. It's an apprentice jockey. The second one, 7, is with a lot of force and management. That's definitely there. But the intriguing one is the 10. The 10 has less pressure than this. It's about 86% here. And it has the last mile as well. It has the last mile as well. So we are not going to do today any of those long shots. I mean, getting the drift. The drifts, they kind of, I've seen this generally. If it is not one of those biggest tracks, either Flemington or Randwick or Rosehill, it is very difficult to get the drifts because they don't even know that they have advantage, and they do not know what to do with it. They miss the chance that they have. So that one is the largest outer drift. Ideally, that's the second horse pool. But that's something that may not work here because that's a little dicey game. But they also kind of like that. They're 45% drifting out. This is 67%. This is 33%. We have no clue about this management. We don't know who they are. We don't know if that's... But they're well within the rails. Okay? And they're one of the BBs. There are two BBs of the same numbers, 191, 191, so I had to take the fourth one. So that's the lowest, that's the heaviest horse. The pressure is -6. There's a chance, but there's 67% downdrift. Winning, I don't think they've won races. Plus, this one has 42 races. Out of 4, 7, and 10, if we look at these three horses, 7 has 3 races, this one has 4 has 12, and this one has 15. This one has no pressure, this one is too much pressure, this one is moderate pressure with a good jockey. Plus it has the last mile, so it's a gamble. The 4 is the favorite, it's in beautiful hands. But that's not a linear, it's a drift number. The linear is this, which is weak. So anybody can actually chase this number. Anybody can chase this number. So they're with very beautiful management. So they kind of are expected to get a place, definitely for sure, with that management coming in. 7 should be a place. That should not be a problem. But out of 4 and 10, 4 has no pressure. This one has 86%. And this, I mean, if we try and assume, let's just assume things that the handicapping is right. I mean, the handicapping is done so that it stays in a controlled environment. So these two have the highest pressure, and then the highest pressure is on 1. Okay. So this one, 24.6, is the second highest drift. They also have the last mile. But one definitely has a better jockey. That's gate number 9. And that's 35. This is 86. 105. This is 0. Plus this is an apprentice jockey. So we'll see how it looks like. If everything looks good, I may want to play a little bit of 10 here. Lewis 4, Townsville each way. It's a wild goose chase on a class 1, but let's just give it a shot. If it doesn't get tailed, or if it doesn't get wild, fractious. That's our paddock. Seven is a place. There is no doubt.
Back to Armidale. This is race 4. This is the first
7 is a
40. It is
place.
a class 1 run over the
No
1400
doubt.
metres, and we've got 12 runners to get through here. Horse number 1 is Our Warrior for Luke Rolls and Jeremy Sylvester. He's a former Victorian. He's had a couple of runs for Jeremy over an
Use 7 for
trip. He
10
gets a
too.
tongue tie on for the first time, and up to the 1400 where he is a winner. So perhaps we can see him improve.
Yeah, he's been a touch plain in both runs this campaign, but he gets his chance to improve today, getting up to his right trip. I would say that it's taken him a few runs to come to hand and reach fitness as well. He's quite a big-bodied horse, so looking for improvement today. The 2 Kings Warrior for Cody Nesta and Michael Morrison. He's parading well here. First up on the back of 1 trial. He's a gelding this time in, and he broke his maiden by 7.5 lengths prior to the break. Yeah, first time I've seen him in the flesh. He's not an overly big horse. He doesn't hold a lot of excess condition. So first up 1400 looks no concern. He couldn't have been any more impressive when breaking his maiden last week. Just don't know what to make of his trial. It was ridden along, but I will say it was a class 3 trial. He's beaten around 5 lengths.
It's quite the opposite to the 3. Hardash is in here to take the claim for Peter Cheers. He was beaten 9.5 lengths here last start. He broke his maiden prior to that, so I don't know what to make of his run. Last start. He's got a tricky gate to overcome, but he's healthy. He's got dapple shining through his coat.
Yeah, well, he was really good when breaking his maiden 2 runs ago, settling just off to speed. They went back from the wide gate here last start, and he just lost interest. He never got into the race. Don't know how they ride him here today, but he's maintaining his condition beautifully. Raymond's Reward is the 4 for Tegan Morsnop and Wayne Brown. I was surprised how well this horse ran over an unsuitable trip here last start. He started in the money at 1100 metres, and he just got tired late. Looks like he's made really good improvement off that run. Yeah, he's one of the standouts for mine from the yard. Thought he was really good here. First up, he's a big improver stepping to 1400 metres. Just looking at him physically, I'm surprised he showed the speed that he did at 1100 metres here last start. Claims a bonus.
5, Nicotis Diego, Stephen Cummings and Peter Cheers. He's a little beauty, this little fella. It took him a long time to break his maiden, but he's been runner-up his last 2, and he gave plenty of cheek out in front of you last time.
He did, and he's coming back to Class 1 company here today, albeit he's stepping up 3 kilos in the weights. He's racing well, and I don't see why he can't run well again today.
6, Dipier Domenico for Jake Racing Homes and Robert Knight. He finished 3rd here last start. He settled towards the rear. He didn't go around a runner, but perhaps the senior rider can just get the best out of him here.
Yeah, first and second off really paired off. I thought he battled on nicely for 3rd position. There's a few others I prefer, though.
The 7, Girly Pop, Donovan Dillon and Holly Williams. She's parading beautifully. She's just starting to get a little bit stirred up the longer that she stays in the yard. She hasn't raced for 6 weeks, but she has had that tick over trial.
Yeah, she's trialled up well, and I loved her first up run here. It was encouraging. I didn't see her here first up, so I'm unfamiliar whether this is a usual parade from her, but I'm just hoping that she'll settle down when she heads out onto the track.
Okay, Bun in the Oven is just making the way out onto the track for Brian Gentle. She's only won 1 from 25.
She showed really good tactical speed her last 2. She gets the claim, but I'm happy to risk today on recent form.
Okay, the 9, not a bad one. Billy Cray and Tracy Bell, well beaten here first up.
Yeah, he was just run off his legs here first up. He never got into the race, and the barriers are negative today.
The 10, Where the Crawdads Sing for Ben Locker. Nasal Strip goes on for the first time. This horse has been racing consistently, albeit in the non-tab Sky 2 circuit, but I thought he ran really well here behind Puzzle's Designer 2 starts ago.
He looks really well, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him run a race here today. He's been racing on the tighter tracks in recent runs and been racing really well, so I don't think there'll be any concerns with him handling the Armidale circuit.
Kira Wessa is the 11th, Michaela Weir and Sally Torrens. She's in terrific order.
Yeah, she's been safely held in both runs this preparation. She's coming back in grey, but needs to improve.
And Azali, the 12 for Casey Williams and Lee Selby. It has been a long time since he's won a race, 221 weeks in fact.
Yeah, he was well beaten here first
It's
up over 1100 metres. He sets up to his right trip, but he's been out of form for a very long time, so he's another one I'd be happy to risk on recent form.
Okay, runners are making their way out onto the track. I just noticed Girly Pop. She was quite relaxed when she first walked down into the yard, but was just getting a little bit stirred up prior to them going out onto the track, and then she can see Donovan Dillon with his feet out of the irons there at the back of the gate. So just on the fresh side, she's feeling quite well. Raymond's Reward is our favourite. Open 370 into 290 into 270 now. Where the Crawdad Sing has been $5.50 out to $6.50, back into $5.50. King's Warrior is out the gate, our earlier favourite, $3.70 out to $6.50. Nakotis Diego has been $6 out to $6.50. Girly Pop $7.50 out to $8. Our Warrior has had a bit of support, $15
8, 10,
into
2, 5.
$9.50. And the 6 Tippia Domenico has been $19 into $12. So he's had a little bit of support here. Let's hear from Holly Williams, who trades a 7 Girly Pop, currently an $8 chance. Holly, this filly, she's had one run back. That was about 6 weeks ago, where I thought she was brilliant into third position.
Yeah, no, she ran really, really well. I opted not to trial her and just come to the races, and yeah, it worked out. She went well. She's obviously had a big gap.
The 7 is good. The 7 is
yeah, just
stable.
I thought we were in for a good prep, and then just couldn't get a
7
run
is
or a wet
stable.
track or a bad gate.
It's
It's been quite a frustrating start.
105, 1000.
I just looked, so she's
7 has
had 3
beautiful
restarts, and
management,
she
that's
was really
sure.
disappointing on that one occasion when she
And-
hit a soft track. Yeah, she surprised us all her first start, actually. She just pinged the lids, and Chelsea Stanley rode her and just bowled along out in front, and she just kept going. So I thought, oh, she could be all right this one.
Okay, what's the plan from the barrier today with her?
She always jumps well from the gate. She always puts herself in a good position. Ideally,
The 10 is not, the 10 also is not in clear light. We don't know the management of that 10. We kind of
7, 10, and
trying
5
to
are like
assume,
Raven's
but
Reward. I
the
think
10
it's
could be in a
scoring
very
here last
wrong
start. I think
hand.
getting up to the
That's
7 furlongs
for sure.
will suit him a little bit better. It'll just allow him
Anyway.
to find them I expect him to race in the first 3 or 4. And
Yeah,
with the
7
playing, it looks
7 is
beautifully
a
placed.
7 is
7
clean.
in Girly
7
Pop,
is
she has
clean.
come through that first up run nicely.
Beautiful
I just
management going
noticed she
on.
was probably a fraction
It's
more
a
stirred up
filly.
today than when I saw her here first up. But you would expect that just with her being fresh in that 6 weeks between runs. The 10, Where to Crawdad Sing, a horse that's been racing in career best form, and he looked in great order, ticking over nicely. Horse that doesn't carry a lot of excess condition, but he is maintaining it this preparation. And the 5, Nakotis Diego, thought his effort here last start was solid enough to see him fill a top 4 spot here. 4, 7, 10, and 5.
7, 4, 2, and 5. I'm leaving Girly Pop on top without a lot of confidence. I am a little concerned about how stirred up she
4,
was
7, 10, and 5. We kind of have the 10, but on the 3rd position. Let's go. I'm going to go with 10. Let's see. 10. We are clear about the 10. The 10 is the 10 is a chance. Let's take a chance. We don't know about this. We don't know the people who are behind this. It's absolutely blank. I couldn't get anything on these people.
It does. How are you?
But the 7 looks really good. The 7 is good.
7, 4, 2, and 5 in the first leg. Second leg, I am 4, 7, and 6. Third leg, just the 4 and 1. That's where we come up with our best bet for both of us.
Go, baby. Don't just be
fractious.
fractious.
Yeah, I think I put 5 numbers in here.
Lee, 7 probably is going to win. Lee.
And I think I included the 2 there, which was King's Warrior.
7 probably is going to win. I'm not. I mean, I don't have a clarity on the people on 10, but I've gone with 10. It's a weekday. Let's go. Let's do something.
Let's head upstairs to Rod Fuller.
And but 7 is a clean one.
Domenico is the next one.
It's a filly, and fillies. It's good. It's got 3 races. Lewis got 6 and 8.
Our Warrior moves forward. Hard Ash to come along. Not a bad one, the last to move in. Where to Crawdad Sing. Crawdad's...
PC, welcome back. 7 win. 7 is clean, PC. 7 is clean.
The championship colours $6. 10 Where to Crawdad 6.
7 is clean.
Red line, 4X Gold Class 1. Nakoti Diego drawn the inside.
All right, let's go, baby.
Leads by a half, Nakoti Diego, but joined by the favourite Raymond's Reward. Third bun in the oven from where the Crawdad Sing Girly Pop.
Come on.
The middle King's Warrior, a length Kiraressa and Our Warrior. And Azali followed
Arman,
by
10 win.
Domenico.
Okay, now the 4 is running. There is a 8 which is also running. Where is that monkey 10?
3/4 bun in the oven second. A length and a half third, Nakoti Diego on the inside of where the Crawdad Sing. Followed by Girly Pop, who's trapped wide. King's Warrior in the middle. Kiraressa on the inside. 2 Anazali.
Arman, 10.
Further back to Harnage, followed by Not a Bad One. And whipping the field end as DB.
There comes.
About 12 lengths to the 600 metres. Raymond's Reward ridden along. Leads a half bun in the oven second, where the Crawdad Sing third. Nakoti Diego fourth. Girly Pop continues to make ground. King's Warrior right behind it from Anazali.
All right, now.
1 Kiraressa, 2 Our Warrior, followed by Hardash.
10.
Last of all with Dippy and Domenico.
Where is it? Can you see the 10?
Raymond's Reward drifting 4 off the track is claimed by where the Crawdad Sing.
Where are you, monkey 10?
Diego on the right, but where the Crawdad Sing gets a half length in front. Raymond's Reward followed by Nakoti Diego, who's kicking back, and Girly Pop behind.
Oh, baby, 10.
Crawdad Sing in front.
Come on, baby. Did we get the 10? Man, 5.
Behind those King's Warrior, Kiraressa, Hardash, well back, bun in the oven, Our Warrior, Not a Bad One.
Bad place to race. I'm telling you, bad place to race.
I think Nakoti's Diego back towards the inside.
Moron jog, that's a separate thing. What happened here is
the concluding stages, and I think
heads up 10, I think. Heads up 10. 10!
Couple runs after that were a little bit disappointing, but his last few have been
dead.
And he's been by a good ride there from Stephen Cummings. I mean, good gates win races. And he's got the job done at 8:20 for the first leg of the quarter. Did you have him in? We're in with the first leg of the quarter. Didn't tip the winner, but we have.
No, 5.
Diego. And although his winning strike rate's not encouraging, 142. He's been
No, it's not 10, it's 5.
and if you took him off his last start effort, you could easily have him on top. He was game. He sat wide the trip. He was only beaten 0.3 of a length behind Rose.
5.
And he drew an
5,
inside
10.
8 here today, and he was coming back to Class 1 company. So when you look back at the price, he was probably going around over the odds.
Buck.
His winning strike rate wasn't encouraging. He's been a model of consistency. He's such a no-fuss little galloper. He just goes about his business in the yard. Pete's doing all the strapping today, so we won't be able to catch up with Peter Cheers, but he does a great job.
Arman, I have it on 10, 8, 5.
Actually having a real luck with his horses of late, Pete. Yeah, they're having a bit of a trot. Of course.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. I don't believe this. But
his day, but they get the job done.
the 5 has got 42 races. It did not do anything in its life.
Another win next to his name. So our numbers here are 5, 10, 4, and 6. Here's Kembla.
5, 10, 4, and 6.
Thank you, team.
The 7 did not get anywhere.
Number 4. This is the first leg of the.
The 7 did not get anywhere. This is absolutely disgrace of racing. 5, 10, 4, and 6. Okay, 10 I understand. 5 I don't understand. 5 I seriously have no clue. Other than the fact that it is a homie. This horse has 8 races at this track and got most of them. That's the only thing. And it was one of the heaviest horses, but rest everything is bloody. With a 67% downdrift on that horse, how that horse wins? "42 races, 1 win. Can you believe that, PC, what happened here? This is exactly why I hate. I don't know what to do. I don't get the right feed. I do not get the right tracks. Today I had this one and Kembla. I definitely did not want to race at Kembla. Kembla is the last place I'm going to go. I don't like that place, PC. I seriously, they always mess up the first horse. They will always mess up the top odds. 90% races, they will mess up the top odds. Even if you go spotless, even if you go with all your might and you know that you have the best, they'll mess it up. 90% of the time, that's what they do. I had sleepless nights because of this Kembla. I couldn't get it. I mean, I was trying to figure out what hit me. I don't understand what's going on. It's one of the most renowned tracks. And then when you look at the replay of the videos, you know what's going on. Two and 10 scratched from 5. 7, 4, 6, 3.
The big chances still in Alexio, Gerald Ryan still. Everything went against it, yet it still got the job done up the line the other day. I thought it was tricky.
Yeah, he did. I don't think it was Maiden. I don't think it was Maiden of any great depth, but the style in which he won was, promising. So, look, he's always shown us a little bit at home, and hopefully he's got a little bit of confidence now. He can go on with it.
He draws barrier 1. He got shuffled back into a long time the other day. From barrier 1, do you try and hold a little bit of a spot?
Well, just like Nick Kieran, with a few of those scratches, it's taken a bit of the speed out of the race. But he's not a horse that can do it both ends. We've sort of learned that you've got to ride it patient and just let him have one crack at him. So Kieran's going to have a decision to make from barrier 1, and he's going to be relying on a fair bit of luck at some stage.
But he comes here in good order.
He is. He's in great order. His work at home's been tip-top. He's always shown us that. But, just time for him to get his act together and show everyone what he's shown us at home.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
That's the second favourite of the race, Imperial State, Sterling, Alexio and Gerald Ryan. Wayne Harris, your numbers, first leg of the quadruple race 4.
3, 1, 5, 2. There's nothing between these two favourites. It was Imperial State, as I said. I think that he's dropped with him now on that win the other day. Winning through the field, hit the lines quite strongly. Should get a good run from the barrier. Nine Hawks obviously the best horse in the race. He's got the claim here, might help there. He's run around a group races and he pulled up lame with his first run this time then, but he won a trial going into that, so I just think the horse is going very, very well. One of those two will win the race. So number 5, Count Jack, can improve on his last one. And number 2, Chambretta, the same, 3, 1, 5, 2.
There's Wayne Harris, 3, 1, 5 and 2. James Father's the right hand man to Gary Portelli. Him and I were just having a chat. I wonder if I'm picking that up on the microphones.
Yeah, and if he looks like Bob Blake, say the same thing.
Iron Hawk, back to a club. Is the plan really in the back of yours and Gary's mind? Get down, get a kill, and then we go on?
Yeah, I'd love to get some confidence for the horse. Obviously, probably some touch play for the pace last time. I didn't really finish on. We know he's got that. Obviously, his form last prep against Order Blow, Lady Shondo, you see a bit of impressiveness.
You're happy where he sits?
Yeah, I think so. He looks as well placed. Obviously, he's got a big weight, but that's what the claim is on there to take a bit of that weight off.
What about Saturday? We get to see Can Cap run 2,000 metres?
Well, we'll find out. He is a capitalist, so on pedigree probably not. But he looks like he was desperate for it in the absence. He did Doncaster Yeah, he didn't really trouble the early stage. Was great through the line, so we'd love to try him in 2000s.
Even funny as they get older, he just wants. It looks like he just wants to jump out, split the dummy, and have a kind of a bowl around.
Yeah, and as you read the horse, he looks like to stay, so we'll give him a chance.
And what about the filly Verona Rose? She's done a super job.
Yeah, super job. Bit frustrating. Obviously, the Oaks didn't quite get a plan. They went very, very steady, and she gave her a great ride. The 51 shot that he got up, but wasn't our day.
Good luck, brother.
Awesome, thank you.
There he is, James Fathers from the Gary Port Kelly Stable, $2.10 the favourite. And the second pick is $2.25, and then it's all the way out to $7.50. I got it wrong, Wayne. I thought this might start really, really short. There's Wayne Harris's. Wayne, run through us the quadrilla numbers.
Yeah, first leg gone a bit short. I think two chances here to be 3, 4, 3 and 1. Second leg will go 11, 12 and 1. The third leg 2, 5 and 11. And in the last leg 3, 11 and 6. I tried to keep pretty short there because they're pretty small fields. A couple of those later races, there are other chances. But that's why I went for $54 for 100%.
I got 3, 1, 11, 12, 1, 2, 5, 11, 3, 11, 6. $54, 2 by 3 is 6. 6 3 is 18. 3 18 is $54. Number one, Ironhawk. So what we have here, we had 22 cents for Miss Space Girl, 7 aces in balloon, and American Test at 11, so 40 cents from the original prices there. But Miss Space Girl was early on. It was
A couple of those scratchings were going to be in the market.
yeah, they were particularly Miss Space Girl.
Arman 315 Kembla.
$2.10, been very well back today. We did get into $1.90, it's back to $2.10. Two Chambretta, $23 best today at $19. Number 3 Imperial State, it was favourite this morning. It's out to $2.30. Number 5 Boomtown Chat, $5.50 out to $8, just back into $6.50 now. Lucky Bay, and the intention is to be a little bit closer with Lucky Bay today. It's been 12, 10, 12, 13, 12. They're rock solid. Kickaboo number 9. 21 out to $26, and Beluga Express out to $81. Best back runner according to the team. Number 1 Ironhawk in front of number 3 Imperial State. As much as the $1.95 now, Ironhawk, so it's back into $1.95, $2.40 the other one. 1 in front of 3 there, Ruling Wayne. That's a large majority of the money on 2 funds. True, I do think they'll find it out. Just whether he can go to the next level. I thought he was good the other day. When he hit the line, he was sort of running through the line quite well. And I think he'd been thinking of doing that for a while. That's his second up run. He can only be a bit fitter today. But as you keep saying, Ironhawk has got the class. He chased home the rights of Autumn Glow and Lady Shenandoah. I know he was big odds in them races, the group races. But as you said, they bred him down here, tried to give him the kill, get him a little bit interested, get the wins under the board. He's got the big weight, but actually he comes in quite all right. Like Keating's 3 kilos claim, so brings him quite close to the horse that's just come through a maiden, doesn't it? So yeah, I do think they fight it out. The others just have to improve that a little bit, but they did have excuses. The other two are putting on numbers, did have excuses last time. There are only 10 cents between them about 2 minutes ago. It is now 3/4 of a point. $1.95 for number 1 Ironhawk, $2.60 for number 3 Imperial State. $1.95, $2.60. Let's head upstairs. Here's Luke Marlowe for race 4.
Imperial State
1 win Kembla.
has taken its position. The market has really gravitated to Ironhawk here. It's $1.85 now, this guy. On ability, I think that's probably right, that price, but it's just a case of where he's at. He was lame first up as a gelding on the Kensington last start, went disappointing. Won a trial by a long way before that. It's an important race for him here to just get back on track and get back into some form. Got 2 runners to move up and the starters down front, preempting the final pair going in. So $1.85 now, Ironhawk. $2.70 about Imperial State, $7.50 Boomtown Chat is the last one. Moves into the gates. All set. Doesn't hold them. They're off and racing now. And Ironhawk, the favourite, he jumped well. He's second early on. Boomtown Chat, Chambretta both away nicely. On settling down, it's a Boomtown Chat and Chambretta joining the lead together. Iron Hawk's going to get a lovely trail just behind. Then Beluga Express caught a bit deeper. Imperial State's improving on the rails. Then Kick-a-Moo Shoe, followed by Lucky Bay, which is last of all. Steady tempo down the side, 700 metres to go. Boomtown, Chat, Shambretta. Beluga Express made a line of 3 and Iron Hawk travelling strongly just behind him. He's just wedged away between runners needing some galloping room here.
This is where he should have pressed the button.
Imperial State in the straight. Shambretta and Boomtown Chat together.
He should have pressed the button at the 600 meter marker.
It's starting to appear, but Boomtown Chat's kicked in front here. It's 2 in front. Iron Hawk is trying to pick up. Then Beluga Express inside the 150. Iron Hawk getting mobile now after Boomtown Chat. He's moving up. Iron Hawk hitting his stride. Booms up.
1-3.
He scores by a length and a half. Imperial State photo for third. Boomtown Chat was hitting the wall, but I think it just held on there. Ahead of Shambretta, Kick-a-Moo Shoe, back near the inside, Lucky Bay.
Too good. Boom.
Penny Karai Keatings, well done to Karai.
Brilliant,
well
PC.
Well done to Gary Portelli.
1-3 I have seen.
Number $1.80 and 140.
One, I think 135.
Really put him to the side. 3 Imperial State. Every chance, just kept punching up to the inside, and I think Luke was right. Number
135.
Getting tired, but it'll hold on for.
Yep, 135 Dows.
Boomtown Chat just in front. I reckon it's Shambretta grabs fourth. Just in front. Beluga Express. Numbers should be 1 and 3 are clear. 1-3. I'd say 1-3-5 and 2. 1-3-5 and 2. On the first leg of it, they are
1-3-5 and 2.
1-3-5-2. The favourite punters cheer. We've got to head up to Townsville. He's charging for the next.
Welcome back to Townsville for race 4.
Okay. So this is the 5th one here at Armidale. If you look at the odds, then it's 7, 4, 6 and 3. That 7 is the favorite. 4 is a drift, but with management. 6 is a neutral, and 3. So the 3 has 1 league race. Okay, the 3 has 1 league race, and it's got 25 races. The score is absolutely disastrous. Plus, they're like that. So now, if we try and understand what's going on, let's take a look at the pressure line. So 4 is within the odds. That's with management. 25 has got 45. That's 186 by 45. We come down. The 9 is 186 by 21. One of the best hands with one of the best jockeys. Got 5 races, but not within the odds. It's a 4-year-old mare. Why? I do not understand. Though it is not, there are no linears. Firstly, this one is not handicapped. It starts with the neutral. All right, it starts with the neutral. Then everybody else is having advantage or disadvantage. Now, through the rails, the 4 is on. The 4 is on. And the 9 is gate number 10. That's 45. This is, 186 by 45. And this is 186 by 21. 9 has a lot more advantage than this one. Plus, this is in a good hand. This one we don't know. This one we have no clue what they are. But 4 has been running. 4 has been running this distance. 4 has been running this distance. 4 has management. So 7 as the favorite. If we look at what's going on, that's 197 by -12. It has a good jockey, but not the best. The largest outer drift is this one, which is also in a good hand. It's got 18 races, but that's a wicked pressure line. That may not work. We're not going to go with all that. Here the question is either 4 or 9. Here the question is 4 and 9. This is 187. This is 186. It's got 35 races, did nothing. But it's there as an EW, so that's there. It lacks physics. The 9 lacks physics definitely, but that is not a problem. Why? Because there are no linears. That is not a problem because there are no linears. If there was a linear, then this is a problem. But there are no linear motors. I'm sorry, linear horses. So that is like that. Possibilities are 9 and 4 probably. Possibilities are 9 and 4 probably. But I'm kind of worried about the 4 because we don't know about this one. This is something we don't know. 9's good. We'll take a look at the 9. It's 6.2.
Zingerberg's caught 4 wide into that first turn. He's going to roll forward to get outside this leader. For Battenderoo logs along second last and about 3 away to the Shiny Perfection. Barmira ripping and tearing in front, not relaxing as Butler would like here. Leads about 3/4 of a length over Zingerberg as they head past the 1200. Getting a good run the inside is Acclimatise, loping along nicely for Stanley. Converter is 1-1. They were followed then by Battenderoo and getting a little bit closer at the tail of the field is Mashani Perfection. They swing down the back now, about 900 metres to go. Barmira relaxes a little bit better in front here, but still races with his mouth open. Leads about a neck, getting a little bit closer. Zingerberg nice and handy today. Acclimatise, no excuse on the inside of Converter. They were followed by Mashani Perfection, who races to the outside of the stablemate Battenderoo. They've got about 650 to go. Zingerberg eyeballs his favourite and puts his head in front of the 600. It's Zingerberg now about a head in front of Barmira. Butler holding the fence. They were followed by Converter, getting a good run. Acclimatise is climbing all over him on the inside, needs racing room. Then Mashani Perfection and Battenderoo look to spend 4th on the point of the turn. And Zingerberg, it goes up on the outside of Barmira, who's under the pump on the inside. Acclimatise pushing out. Converter getting to the outside. Mashani Perfection starting to make ground from the back. The favourite's gone. Acclimatise and Converter are the two. Converter the outside, Acclimatise the middle. Zingerberg back over on the inside. It's a good battle. Acclimatise the big horse on the inside, puts his head in front. Converter tries hard, but Acclimatise, that's cheap for Stanley. Acclimatise wins, beats Converter, a brave run in second placing. They were followed then by Zingerberg. Next in the field with Mashani Perfection. Barmira. Its racing manners need to improve it. Over race fiercely, and last of all, Battenderoo.
Well, Acclimatise has got there the 2 under Justin Stanley for Stephen Roche. Converter, you thought he was the one, but he just wanted to just switch maybe off a little bit late, but Acclimatise too strong. He stayed the trip well, and under Justin Stanley makes it 2 for the day for Stanley, and Acclimatise 2 big. Converter, a very good effort. As usual, he's always honest. He's always thereabouts, and he tried his hardest. He's run second. The 5 Zingerberg, who went up and put pressure on the favourite Barmira on the corner, battled on to run 3rd, and the 7 Mashani Perfection, who tried hard, was run 4th. The favourite gave absolutely nothing. Barmira After pulling double there for Butler, he just refused to settle bar mare and he cost himself badly today. But all honours, the winner acclimatised. 2, 6, 5 and 7 will be your numbers to race 4 at Townsville. The quaddy is underway. We will take a short break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, Priscilla Looker and Melinda Turner with race 5 at Armidale.
Seven PM, Punters Intelligence. Download the app and then watch the show with us, Brett Gray, Nick Burney alongside me as we recap the action from day 2 of the championships and hopefully look ahead to finding some winners all those stakes day. He's going to look after the Wednesday winner, Brad. There's still a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, they all pay the same, don't they? Yes. Whether at Warwick Farm or Randwick. But the stars of the show there, V16, of course. Bangor was fantastic. Tempted was great. Treasure of the moment. The list goes on and on, but maybe head and shoulders above all of those is that man behind them getting a little wave and waving the bookmakers money on Saturday championship.
Exactly. Give us a little tease. What can we expect from our Wednesday winner?
Well, it's good to be back this week first, Benny, and I think I've got one at odds for the Portelli stable. I think we can get some cash at a nice price. So the stable's flying, Wally Burkon. That's all I've got.
Love it. Thank you. Nick's not the only big swinger that gets a mention. We'll see you guys. That's it.
Armidale, this is race 5. It is the Anzac Day races, benchmark 66, run over the 1300 and a competitive little race here. Horse number 1 is in the yard. Oh, just walking straight past me. Nearly missed him. So Country for Tegan Moorstop and Wayne Brown. It's been a long time since this horse has won a race. He's first up on the back of one trial. He's got a great fresh record. He's got a good springy step from the yard.
Yeah, I actually really liked his trial. That was in the Beaumont track. He sat wide throughout. He wasn't asked to do a lot to find the line. He's only had the 3 runs in the last 14 months. So there's obviously been issues with him, but he looks ready to go here with a little bit of improvement to come fitness-wise.
Retrieval is the 3 for Jake Bracey Holmes and Jacob Perrott. Thought he was really good to win 2 starts ago, and then he stood in the gates and had to go back to the trials, but he's parading beautifully.
Yeah, he looks an absolute picture. He's always a standout in the mounting yard. Today, he is no different. He's a beautiful bodied horse. Big weight to carry here, but he's certainly capable.
4 Silver Halo for Izzy Neal and Blue Mary. She's been a model of consistency this preparation. I thought she was a little bit plain in the run home at Muswellbrook last start, but we know that she's better than that, so she'll get a chance here.
Yeah, I think she just found herself in a fairly deep race there at Muswellbrook last start. Prior to that, she was narrowly beaten at Tyree in the 66 in a race that I'd consider a little stronger than what she finds herself in here today. She'll have to do a touch of work from the barrier, but she's so well placed with the claim.
Magnodice is the 5. Gavin Groff, she looks like she's settled down now. She's a little bit keen. When she first walked into the yard, just found the 900 too sharp there first up. She's a winner here, though.
Yeah, she's a versatile mare. She handles all surfaces. But like you said, 900 metres was definitely short of the best first up, so the extra distance will help. She gets a claim and a positive barrier, so I'm looking for a forward showing here.
6 Invincible Red, Ben Looker for Craig Martin. He's a lovely animal. He looks like he's got improvement. It can't miss a short of his best, but certainly follow him out of the race.
Yeah, I like him as a horse. I don't think Armidale's his type of track, and this will be certainly short of his best. But first up without a trial, definitely think he can run well fresh in the way he presents.
Key Legend is horse number 7 for Matthew McGarren and Tony Newing. He's got a new lease of life. He's won 3 of his past 5, but kept him fresh for the 7 weeks between runs.
Yeah, I think that's probably been due to the races being called off with the wet weather around the Northern Rivers area. He was rated by a very good ride to win at Grafton last start. I don't know if Armidale is going to be his type of track, but he's racing with confidence.
8 Borrowed Luck, Cody Nesta and Jan Bowen. She's up 3.5 kilos. She comes through the same race as Silver Halo, but she was a winner prior to that at Tamworth.
Yeah, I like to win at Tamworth 2 runs ago. I also she had the perfect run in transit. I think she's got the option to be ridden closer here today from the more positive drop.
9 Fingerbun, Donovan Dillon and Sterling Osland. She is first up without a trial. She's a mare that comes to hand fairly quickly, but just getting herself a little bit worked up here in the yard.
Yeah, she's holding no excess condition. First up today without a trial. Both her career wins have been here, but they've been at 1900 metres.
Kalahari Hart just out in front of us here for Chelsea Hillier and Todd Payne. She gets the blinkers back on. She drops 3.5 kilos and she looks fantastic.
Yeah, she's had 4 weeks between runs, and that certainly hasn't hurt her whatsoever. She's a 6 times winner. I think the addition of blinkers will help switch her on. We haven't seen the best of her last few.
12, Rethink It, Michaela Weir and Terry Vidler. She's alongside the pony. She's been a little mare that hasn't been too far away all preparation, and she seems to race well here.
Yeah, I thought she was a touch plain here last start, but she was coming off a 6-week freshen. She needs luck from the draw, but it wouldn't surprise me to see her run some type of race.
And the 13 Bull Headed for Serge Lucy and Tracy Bell. He's had 2 runs back.
Yeah, he's been struggling in recent runs. He'll appreciate the firmer track here today, but he'd need to improve to be a winning chance.
And let's hear from Matty McGarren. He rides a 7 here, Key Legend.
Matty, you know this fellow really well, and since he's found form, he's really held it.
He's been going super this Brad. He's sort of had a bit between runs now at the moment, but not by design, I don't think either. We've just had meeting after meeting abandoned and whatnot, but comes in today on a track that should really suit. He's back up on top of the ground again. He's a lovely animal, and he's progressive. There's not many horses you get on these days that are actually progressive in the bush, and he's found form and he's holding it, and freshen up. I go with him the other morning and he was super safe. He can hold that form.
You rode him quiet last start and he was able to get the job done, but we've seen him lead and win as well in the past.
Yeah, that wasn't by design either. I did that. I think that was 20 mate. He's just the best horse in the race, and he found a habit of being sole away, and we fixed that in between runs at home. Got him to jump. He jumped too good from a bad gate that day at Coffs Harbour, and I just let him roll at the front, and he was the same. It was too good. I think he's got a lovely turn of foot when he's held up today. He's drawn okay, but we are a little bit dictated to from that sticky draw. I'd love to be sort of 3 pairs back, one off the fence or something like that, and let him suck up and let him run alone that last fella.
Do you think Armidale's his type of track?
I don't think it is, but I think he's good enough to get around. He's been here before, and if he got around it, he didn't have a lot of joy that day. But as I say, it's got ability, and the horses with ability can overcome sticky situations.
Take Mine in the last. Needs a bit of luck from the draw.
Needs a lot of luck. Luckily, he probably gets back a bit anyway from that sticky draw, and he's back in trip as well. So 1200 back to the 1100 from that sticky draw. He'll be in the second half of the field, and he can run alone this horse. So hopefully we can be doing that, because it'll be a long day if these two horses can't get home from
luck.
Cheers.
That's how our runners look.
There's a lot of high hopes on that 7.
We now have equal favourites. Silver Halo is at $3, was $3.10 earlier, and Key Legend has drifted out to the $3 quote, who was our earlier favourite. So equal favourites there. On the third line, we've got Invincible Red, who's remained solid $8. Retrievals had some support, $12. Now into $10. Fingerbun has had some late support into $10, and So Country is currently a $14 chance. Lou Mary's already trained a winner here today. He's having a real trot of winners of late, and Sil's with Lou about the chances of the 4, our favourite, Silver Halo. Lou, she hasn't been far away all preparation. What do you make of their last start at Musselburgh?
Listen, she was up in open class, and it's probably, I wouldn't say it was too strong for her. I just think on the day she didn't appreciate the track. It was very chopped up, and she's a mare. We've had it on the sort of surface before, and she didn't handle it at all. She's back on a better surface today, and she's been racing well. She's straight on the way.
It's back to a 66.
Yeah, back to 66. She's got the climb of easy, the 3 kilos off today, which offered it would help. I left it too easy. She jumped well. She put herself out there. If she wants to lead, she can lead. If no one takes her on, otherwise she's behind the leaders.
She's led him one before, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's led people.
Been right there.
She's not really, she's a lot better when she's riding behind them, right behind the leaders. She's just following a bomb and just spinning up, just something to drag into the straight. But from the barrier to there and on that sort of track, I think she's probably better leading. But I left it up to her.
But you're happy enough with her?
No, she's done great.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Late mail here, 4, 7, 6 and 8. I'm with the 4 here, Silver Halo. She's been around the mark, all preparation, and I just think she found the race was traction strong last start at Musselburgh. She's nice and fit. The key today is she's only going to carry 57.5 kilos with the 3 kilos running for this year. I think you've got the option forward from out there, and I have seen her lead and win in the past. Key Legend, he's maintaining his condition beautifully. He's in a purple patch of form since breaking his Maiden, and Matt knows him so well. The 6, which is Invincible Red, I was so impressed with his parade. Don't know whether he can win today over this trip, but he looks immaculate, and he's going to be better suited when he gets onto a big track. And the 8, Borrowed Luck. She's a winner 2 runs ago and struggled up in grade last start. 4, 7, 6 and 8. 4, 7, 11 and 6, so very similar numbers. I'm with Silver Halo, tipped her 2 starts ago, and I just want to be a little bit forgiving over their last start. I think with the claim, she looks beautifully placed, and as Lou said, just getting onto a better track today will certainly suit. The 7 in Key Legend, I back him. He's absolutely flying. He's in a purple patch of form. It's just, as you mentioned, Mel, he's been on the bigger tracks his last few. He's just got to get onto the tighter circuit. But I think they've found the key to riding him, just letting him find his feet. He should get good speed up front. The 11, Kalahari Heart, she has had a number of runs in this campaign, and you would not know it looking at her. Todd's Pain is doing a great job with her. She looks sensational. I know she's got to go up in grade, but she gets down in the weights. And the 6, Invincible Red, I agree. I don't think he can win today, but certainly follow him out of the race, because I think there's a better win in him this preparation than a benchmark 66 at Armidale. 4, 7, 11 and 6. Silver Halo, our favourite, at 3:30 over Key Legend on the second.
Say more. I don't know, bro. Let me check.
Retrieval, who paraded well at $6. Invincible Red's now out to 9, and the 9 Fingerbun. Just trying to pick her up at the back of the gate, so she was a little bit.
Say more. 5th.
They put her out on track nicely.
1, 8, 3, 4.
Out over the 1900, but a mare that doesn't carry a lot of excess condition, so this looks a starting point. She's obviously just out of shot there, because I haven't seen her at the back of the gate. She definitely went out, because she went out first, and we're waiting for this loading process to get underway. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hold up is. There are certainly no rush. We are behind start time now. But hopefully they'll begin this loading process fairly quickly. I haven't included our top weight So Country in the numbers. He's currently a $14 champ. He's obviously had a few issues. He's had 3 runs in the last 14 months, but I actually quite liked his trial on the Beaumont track. He worked home nicely to beat 3.5 lengths, and he spent a little bit of time in the Barry Lockwood stable where he raced really well up in Brisbane. So
Was Wayne still on the ownership then?
yes, yeah, I think so. He had a few horses up there in Brisbane with Barry, and I think they've come back to Wayne now. And this fellow is one of them, and you know he has raced well here in the past.
Yes, 4 is there.
After a little while, but yeah, I thought he tried up quite nicely.
No shot of the birds there. Not sure what's going on. What we're waiting on here. Can't see any reason for there to be a hold up. Silver Halo opened up at 310, out to 340. So although favourite, she has drifted. Key Legends also drifted 270 out to
375.
Retrieval's gone $12 into $6. So that's a good go. They're chasing the birds, and I think that's what the delay is. Well, I've seen a few wild things when I come out west.
Right.
The birds are probably the most tamest of the
Kangaroos. I've seen a cow at Hawkesbury
3
on 2 occasions.
has one league race, and 3 has a lot of advantage. But if that happens, it will be like a maiden race, which
You're right. Waiting to hear how that track inspection's going. Haven't heard any.
so look at that 3. The 3 has a lot of advantage, exactly the same like
Not going anywhere, if anything.
10. But if that happens, it will be like a maiden race.
That's what we're waiting for. No. But yeah, you're right.
That's got 25 races. 25 races. Advantage is on the top line, but
We see this like the fate of the meeting.
Difficult times for
if that happens, then we know what is happening here.
that many washout meetings.
Arabat.
We're seeing horses get to the races that are 5, 6, 7 weeks between runs.
Then they only win
Going around
when they are made to win.
Horses have missed a lot of work because training tracks are not coping with the amount of rain that we've had. But hopefully it will dry up before we really start to get into our winter tracks. Unfortunately, that's what happened last year. We had a lot of wet weather leading into winter, and it just doesn't. We're losing daylight now, so it just doesn't allow things.
What are these pigeons?
Time for these tracks to dry out.
Can you get out there and get a bit of birds or something?
I'm going to have the oxygen tank at the 400 for me if I was to run down there, but they are not going anywhere. I think they're going to have to find some reinforcement there.
1 and 5.
Off the track because they are going nowhere. But out to 360 now for the 4 Silver Halo and 380 for Key Legend. So not much separating them now in the market. Retrieval, he's been a bit of a tricky horse, hasn't he? He won really well at Tamworth. And
Your 3 is with some light, but 1 I have no clue, bro.
There at Tamworth last start, and he's since trialled. He was beaten 15
It's the largest drift. It has the physics. It has the
He
team.
was held together down to the line. He wasn't asked to do it.
That's
It's a beautiful horse to look at.
one side of it, but that takes it to a place, but not
I
win.
think he's had a few different homes, but you're just birds. Dearie me. We're going to need some backup, I think. I'm going to be no help. I'm sorry, but I think somebody needs to get out there.
Plus, the drift is in trouble because there's this neutral.
4.5 minutes.
The drift I was thinking of, but the drift is in trouble because of that neutral 6.
Because we're going to be here a while.
Yeah, for a place, it's a chance. It has to beat the 6. The 6 is the neutral. The neutrals don't win, but they get a place. Exactly like the drifts.
Okay. I don't think I've ever worked at a meeting where they've put that rail out.
No, I think it's first time for everything. We might get to Kembla. They might be able to get their mounting yard out because we're in a definite delay due to these birds.
Welcome back to Kembla Grange, up to race number 5. It's the second leg of the quadrilla. This is a provincial maiden plate over 1,200 metres. The favourite in a very open race. Well, we. Number 11 is the favourite, $3.40 from Jason Addard stable with Tommy Sherry on board. Number 1, Cathedral Cove, the Guilty by Cable Bay, Edward Cummings trains, Kieran McAvoy's on board, and Rock Solid, Wayne Barrier 1, $4.80.
He's got a chance on the race. He placed his past 2 starts, albeit in probably easier country races at Nowra and Goulburn. But he's had his chance at both those, and this is not an easy race.
Brett Lazzarini trains number 2, Stonegate Lane, $34.
A good form, last preparation. He's fitted for that one run back from a break on the pony there. Yeah, his horse, it always looks pretty fit.
Number 3, where's Bob? No, it's Bob's back. Kerry Parker, Jay Ford on board, little 3-week freshen up, $12.
I'd like to know if this horse jumps. His first 2 runs on a race, he's missed a start. And the other day they drove him out of the barrier, and he just went, for me, a little bit too hard in the race. So if he can just come out and be a racehorse, do the right thing. He's only got tired the last 100 metres the other day. I think he's in the race.
Number 4's out. Number 5, Johnny Smash, $51. Mike Van Gestel trains at Hawkesbury. Molly Birch, second up today.
Been big odds, the 3 runs that he's had. He's probably fitted for that one run back, but I haven't got him there. That's a good one pace.
Number 6, a local from the Robin and Luke Price stable, Kickstart, the gelding by Blue Point. Now, Alicia Collins on board. This must have been a specking, Wayne, 34 to 23.
Birds.
The 2 runs in country areas did run the 3rd at Sapphire Coast before going on break. Now,
Birds are laying eggs on the track.
And the ones around it weren't really pushed out, so...
That's what happened at Armidale.
Stratsman, Mitchell Beer, Karai Keating's on board. It's $5 and rocks on.
Yes, I had a stable change from Brett Kavanagh. First by Mitch Beer and his team. Second at Armidale. Someone should forget him.
Birds are laying eggs and monkeys are conspiring.
And he was okay late. Doesn't appear to do anything in a hurry. Maybe a little bit further after today.
8's out. Number 9, another one for the Robin and Luke Price stable. Tommy Berry's on board. First up since November of last year. Me. It's $6 well in the market, Wayne, from $7.50.
Bit of a tip around. So the 3 runs were at second at Maria last preparation. And hasn't been beaten. It's like the latter 2 runs. Returns here. Nice trial race. Now, I thought they found the line okay.
10's out. The favourites, $3.40, been very heavily backed here. There's filly from the Jason Addard. Tommy Sherry's on board, $3.40.
Yes, probably the most cleverly named horse here today by Yes. It's about my knowledge of French. Katie Niverson, you done a good job there, Katie. We're going to have the 1 run at Kembla here back in November. It's a terrific run there, never got on the track. Won a recent trial recently, and she ran right through the line, and she looks very, very fit in the parade. The trainer leading her around, doing a good job.
A lot of horse.
Okay, we have finally started the loading process here at Armidale. I'm sure they'll move up as quickly as they can. We might just recap our late mail before we get to Rod. My numbers are 4, 7, 11 and 6. I like Silver Halo to beat the 7, Key Legend.
Yeah, I'm the same. 4, 7, 6 and 8. I think Silver Halo looks beautifully placed with the claim today for Izzy Neal.
He will jump our favourite Silver. Look, she will. Silver Halo at $3.50. Not much separating them in the market over Key Legend at $3.60. Here's Rod for the call of race 5.
So fingers crossed. They've done a great one. They've tried to do a great job with these gorillas, and they've congregating on the turn out of the straight. By the way, for those interested, it's a flock of gorillas, as distinct from what I called the part of the previous cockatoos. So rethinking and finger bone to move forward. So fingers crossed we can get this race up and running and safely. So finger bun moves forward. Silver Halo, the 4 at 350, 7 Key Legend 360, 3 Retrieval at 6, 6 Invincible Red 650. Descending Miss took the first, Woku the second, Fleetly the third, Nakoti Diego kicking back in race 4. So finger bun to move up and rethink it. The last one to be positioned. Current weeks the starter moves down front. Retrieval drawn the inside. Anzac Day races here at Armidale. Race 5. Red lights. Line set. So Country drawn on the rails. Ready. They stand. Racing. So Country, Retrieval and Borrowed Luck, the fastest trio to begin. Silver Halo ridden for urgency in the early stages from Kalahari, Hardkey, Legend, Rethinking and Agnotis after 200. Silver Halo taken to the lead by a length and a quarter, but joined soon after by Rethinking on the outside. Third Kalahari Hard, around Retrieval fourth, a length Borrowed Luck, a length further back. So Country from Key Legend on the outside of it. Agnotis.
What is that 9 doing? Not doing anything.
Next to last of all was Finger Bun. 8 lengths from top end to tail down the side of the track. It's Silver Halo making play a half in front. Rethinking second. Kalahari Hart is third. About 2 Retrieval, followed by Borrowed Luck, Coonty Legend. From So Country, Agnotis, Invincible Red, Finger Bun, and last of all was Bullheaded. Up towards the home turn, Kalahari Hart sustains the run. Attacking Silver Halo, Rethink it through in the middle. Followed by Borrowed Luck, a length further back, Key Legend, Invincible Red. And behind those
Way too wide. That'll not happen. Sorry, that will not happen. Way too wide. For 320, it will not work. 8.
Borrowed Luck racing clear to win. Borrowed Luck beat the far finishing Key Legend.
8, baby.
Behind those Silver Halo. Also there was Kalahari Hard, Finger Bun, Retrieval, So Country, Agnotis, Bullheaded, Invincible Red.
You'll find the numbers here, 8, 7 and 12. So Borrowed Luck brings up win number 5. We'll send those numbers down the line. We've got to get to Kembla.
Thank you. Borrowed Luck getting the money there. 8 beats. I think it was 8 beats, 7 there, 8 beats and 7. Wayne, your numbers here. This is race number 5 on the card. Of course, a very open race. What number?
We went very wide.
1 and 9. I'm sticking with Wee. Debut run was very, very good here back in November. Trial was terrific, winning a trial recently. So I'm going to go with her. A bit of an awkward draw, but...
What happened is that 8 won. Okay. How did that 8 win? 29 minus 21, 29, 21, 29 by 25, 87, 6, 7, 8. But it doesn't make sense. I mean, if we have a logic that it won, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, it's got 35 races. Why would... Eight, 7, 12 and 5. Where is that monkey 12? That's 12 here. 25 by 21, 25, 29. 3. 5. I mean, 3 winning, I understand. How 8 wins is... This was an EW. 8, 7, 12, all here. And 5. That 12 and 5. Fuck this. Man, this is...
Pretty close here though now, and there are a few runners remaining. We down to 270. So punters are pretty keen on this filly here first up.
4, 1, 5 and
You have in
2.
the market. Wee. Now, London Star's about to complete the line. Starter down front. Preparing to release this field. Lights are on now. And they're racing. Wee, the favourite missed it. Back near last early stages and bouncing well was Johnny Smash to lead. It's a keenly contested lead as well. Also up there is Strasman and Mere Mortal breaking out of the pack. Those two go together now. Taking a trail was Johnny Smash, London, or Stonegate Lane, I should say, in fourth. In that bunch of runners turning circle going forward but wide, being followed by Cathedral Cove, Bob's back. Me. Further back was London Star on the inside Kickstart. They were being trailed by Bride Wars, and this favourite is Stone last on the turn. Up to the bend, 450 metres to go. Strasman Mere Mortal turning circle, a line of three, followed by Stonegate Lane. Me is coming to the outside, and Wee's checking off heels, getting to the outer part of the track. Me raced up and hit the lead. Surges, goes for home. It's Me in front, but here comes Wee. It's Me and Wee. I was hoping they'd fight this out. 75 to go. Wee. Over the top, grabs Me. Wee. That's a big win. Beating Me. Gap away third, Cathedral Cove. And then came Bob's back. I can retire happy now. In behind those was Strasman, followed by the next home was Johnny Smash. Well back was Kickstart London Star from Stonegate Lane. Then Bride Wars turning circle. And that's a big win, let me tell you, from last.
Wow, it might be pretty handy. Wee. Well done to Jason. Tommy Sherry. Gee, she had some confidence. She got a mile back, weaved a passage. Me would have been unbeatable, unbackable in the odds. It was travelling. A gunner went easy. Tommy Berries looked across and said, what happened there? And third, I think it'll be number one, Cathedral Cove. But Wayne Harris, wow, handy performance.
1 minute it was Me, and next minute it was Wee. Huge forward. You don't see him come from Mars like that. I thought it was a race for her, but I didn't think she'd have to do it like that. Yeah, Tommy Sherry rode her in the trial race in Warwick Farm, and she finished like that in the trial, but trials are different to race day, but that was a huge effort. I thought Me might have just pinched a break there with Tommy, but obviously this filly's got a fair bit of ability. She was good on debut here back in November, put away, and she's actually matured a bit since then. So she really found the line and determination got her home.
11-9, 1 and 3. 11-9, 1 and 3. Wee. Jason Addo, Tommy Sherry, pretty happy with that. Wow, what a performance. 11-9, 1-3. We've got to head to Townsville. He's charging.
Welcome back to Townsville for race 5, the modified benchmark 55. It's over 1,400 metres. Here's one Turn Bird from the Stephen Roy stable at Townsville. Michael McDonald, the right gate, 161.5 kilos. It's up there where it hurts. He's won his last two. He carried 59.5 to win here in benchmark 55 grade last start. So, look, he's in good form. He's just got to see out the 1,400 metres. He's never been over the trip before with the big weight. Two is Kidston from the Bill Henning stable. Graham Clichy, right gate 5, 59.5 kilos. Son of I Am Invincible. He's got a really good finish on him on his day, this horse. He just needs a little bit of tempo on. He's got plenty of weight to carry, but they all do. And look, his form is mixed, but if things break his way, it'll be very, very hard to hold out. 3's Bubbles and Foth from the Bill Henning stable at Townsville. Justin Stanley to right gate 6.
All right, this is the 6th one. It's a class 1 at Armidale. And if we look through the odds, it's 4, 1, 5 and 2. 4 is the favorite. And if we look through the rails, the 4 is the top notch. It's the linear. It's 1100 meter. That is what happening, but it's got only one race. Okay, if we look at the pressure, that's 218. Oh, this is not happening. 248, 219, 217. I mean, I seriously want to go with this 4. It's a linear on a 1100 meter, but it's got one race. And that's 64, 105. Here we got 105 on a 144, 104, 4. That 7 did not win. I don't think so. This is race number 4. 5. The 7 was nowhere actually. That filly. It was 105 here. This probably is not going to work. I don't know. I have some very, very strong line on 4, but I also think it's way too much. It is way too much. This thing is, I don't know. 4-1-5. 4 is the favorite. I mean, 1100 meter 329 linear should work. There's no reason not to work, but that's a lot of pressure. We haven't seen that kind of a pressure on this track yet. There was another class 1 wherein that was 105. Here it went up to 218, 248 on this. This is difficult to work with. I'm going to take a little more time to do this. 562 Towns.
Leaves the inside turn bird as Morrison puts the brakes on in front. Threading around them is Brave Intent. Craig Caro second to last, and last of all is Kidston. About 700 metres to go. Hit Snooze has had every possible chance in front. She leads half a length. Turn bird just pushes Bubbles and Frop out of the way. Gets to second one off the fence. They will follow then by on the inside. Getting sneaking runs is Craig Caro. Brave Intent's done it tough. She's going backwards. Kidston starts to wind up, and just in front of it is Eves. On the point of the turn, Hit Snooze. What's left in the locker? She leads a length in front now. Turnbird the favourite, given its cue on the outside. Craig Caro's making ground. They're starting to run into the race nicely. Kidston to the outside, then Bubbles and Frop. Eves is whacking away. It's Turnbird moving up on the outside of Hit Snooze. It's Turnbird in front. Hit Snooze fights on doggedly to the outside. It's Kidston. Then they'll win by Craig Caro, but the favourite's home. It's Turnbird, 2 good wins by about a length. I think Hit Snooze might have just held second in front of Kidston, which did good work late. They were followed by Craig Caro, loomed in the straight, but didn't go on with it. Eves was next, and Bubbles and Froth, and Brave Intent was 3 wide.
Well, the one Turnbird makes it 3 on the bounce. No troubles with the 61.5 kilos for Michael McDonald. A good effort, Turnbird in great form. 3 on the bounce for Stephen Royce and Michael McDonald. The old man, she's bonny again. Hit Snooze. She may have just hung on to run second by the width of a Talio paper, but it's very tight. Kidston was working home. You thought he was a threat coming to the corner. He had something to offer, but he just couldn't quite let down as sharp as he can. But he's run third. I think we'll find the 6 Craig Hero. Did the same as Kidston, looked a threat, but she just doesn't seem to want to go on over the slightly longer trip. So numbers here are going to be 1, 7, 2 and 6. She has run second in Snooze, as tough as they come. kids, and as I said, winding up the same with Great Herrick. She was under all sorts of pressure coming to the corner. Gave nothing. Steely got shunted out of the way and didn't offer much. 2 and 6, well done to Stephen Royce and Michael McDonald to again and to the 5th at Townsville. We'll take a short break on Smith Central. On the outside, Priscilla Looker and Melinda Turner with race 6 at Armidale.
So what might happen is, apart from that, everybody else might get through. These are still, I mean, that's the largest outer drift. It's supposed to be there with one of the lowest pressure on it. So it's the largest outer drift with one of the lowest pressure. The 5 is 193 by 127. 1 is 207 by 129. This is 248. This is 218. It's a slim chance for 4. That's a lot of pressure. This I don't remember looking at that kind of a pressure line in some of the biggest tracks. Not at Randwick, not at. It's got just one race. This probably is a bad idea. Either this 5, 2 and 1 straight line, either this happens, or probably it'll get here. The 12 is not in a chance. 10 races did not do anything. so far, but here it doesn't matter. It might just bounce back. That's the largest advantage given. But what might happen is that 8 getting in. It's a bad one with management. It's a very bad horse. I mean, it's a very bad team. That's probably the highest. These are we are not aware of. They're probably new, but this definitely is not a great sign. But today, looking at what is going on, that 8 is a check. I'm going to be out of this one. I'm not going to play this one. That 8 is a check. And there is a very strong chance that the 8 is going to win for 2 reasons. One, it's a very wicked pressure line. We haven't seen that kind of a pressure here. It's like 64 at the tops, 105 here, which did not work. There was, 125, 303. This 2 actually went through. The 2 actually went through with 125. That was the first one. I think second one, 2 did win. Second one, I placed a bet. No, that did not happen. 2 was the favorite. All right, that did not happen. It was 125, so that did not happen. What happened here on 2 is 9. So 9 came through with that. Okay. So the I don't know if these horses are capable of taking that thing out. It's a lot of task. It's a lot of task. There's a slim chance that the 8 might just go through.
A trial quite impressively here leading into that effort. He looks equally as good as when I saw him break his maiden on debut at Scone. He's able to defeat Lady Olena, who won impressively.
2 is see the Adam, and the thing is 2 is 2 has advantage, but it also has a very specific physics which is not going to let it win.
Picking up this preparation, she was a finer mare early on in her career, but
it has a very specific physics. It's a drift. A drift.
Meddleson is the 7. Georgie McDonald for Rich Wilson.
It's the largest drift. It's the second horse pool. That's the key. It's the second horse pool.
Presuming, but she has been placed on the track and she looks like she's done a little bit of work.
Yeah, she did a very good job in her first racing preparation.
But yes, definitely it will get in. There is no doubt. 254. I don't know if they can carry out. I don't know if they have these kind of horses here.
Suit him. His wheels seem to spin on those.
I don't know. There must be something else that has to work. There must be something else that has to work in order to make that work. It cannot work on its own.
Jake Tracy Holmes in this saddle. It looks like he's carrying a little bit of condition, but he has had the one trial, and I thought
it cannot work on its own. And unfortunately, I don't know what else can make it work. This will be interesting to watch.
This was a beating home in the trial. Irish Arthur, the 12, Wendy Peel for Brodie Fenton. If he's trials,
because if the 4 wins,
preparation, I don't mind looking
let's
his only wins come at 9.
give it a benefit of doubt that the 4 wins. If the 4 wins, then it is a superb horse, and we'll be able to see this in one of the prime, some of the prime tracks coming up.
13. We've got the winkers off, the nose roll.
If that happens,
time, she is first up. Yeah, I find her she's a better mare when she gets deeper on into.
If 4 wins, then
okay, we'll go back and grab our top weight.
You're looking forward to look at it at.
And Wayne Brown. Look, he's been a model of consistency. He looks excellent. He just needs a little bit of luck from that wide draw.
I think
the prime tracks, you're going to look at it at the Randwick, Flemington, and stuff like that. This horse is not going to be here. Not at Armidale. If it wins this one,
and you'll be in it for a long way.
That's a huge mammoth task. It's a mammoth task to win this. I don't know. I mean, for a horse which has got one race with that kind of pressure line is
beautiful type to look at in the
I don't
yard.
know.
He was very impressive breaking his maiden on debut.
Thank you. Yeah, he's a lovely horse, and finally, I feel he's finally matured. So we'll see how we go today.
The 125 did not work. We are talking about 218.
Sort of horse you can put him anywhere.
Here, the 125 did not work. 150 did not work.
I'm surprised to see him handle that heavy track so well on debut.
Well, I didn't really know. I mean, when we got there and it started raining, I thought, oh, this will be okay. But then when it was so wet and it just kept
I'm out.
I really didn't know how he'd handle that and get through it. But I think it's proving that the breed handled the wet, so maybe it helped him on the day.
How's he come on since that first run?
The one is getting
Well,
tailed.
I can't fault him since the run.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a new start time here. Kyle Blanche, our steward, has just informed me that we will now jump at 4:16.
Because it's a strong linear, it is not a weak linear, but the pressure is also very high. It's at 329.
On the back of us, their next
It's
race
at
jump
329 by 218.
I
How
like
will that
the
work?
4 here. I'm 4, 1, 2, and 7. I like Nation Changing. He paraded beautifully. It's the first time I've seen him in the yard, but he's a horse that looks like he's got a lot of presence about him. I think he'll take improvement, but obviously has to handle the entire track.
Because if that happens, then it's a brilliant horse if that 4 wins.
He's busting to win another race. I just think with that big weight, wide gate, looks a little bit tricky for him today. I imagine that they'll just have to press forward, take bad luck out of the equation, and just hope that he's got enough in hand over the concluding stages. El Beetle, the 2, he's been racing well since the blinkers were applied. He'll appreciate a soft gate in the 1100, and the 7 here in Meddlesome. His first up without a trial, but looked pretty wound up from the yard, but probably better suited out over a little bit further. Her only win was at 1400 prior to the break. So 4, 1, 2, and 7.
Yeah, I'm 4, 1, 2, and 12. I'm happy to be with Nature and Changing also. I loved him physically in the mounting yard when I seen him on debut, and he was brilliant defeating the short price favourite that day in Lady Orlega, and she's run really well since then at Scone through the week. So form's been franked. He looked equally as good as when I saw him there. He's a beautiful type to look at, an inside barrier, and we know he handles Armidale, so he was an easy pick for mine. Snatch Riley, he's been around the mark for preparation, and like I said, I actually think he's getting better in the mounting yard with each run. He's had this preparation. The 2, El Beetle, he took a number of runs to break his maiden, but he's really held his form since then. He's drawn to get map favours here today. And the 12, which is Irish Arthur, has trialled up nicely. Won that trial here by 5 lengths, and although drawn awkwardly, I think if he can reproduce what he did at the trials, he'll be very competitive. 4, 1, 2, and 12.
We're going to have a chat to Tracy Bell with the 5, Sharpen the Knives. Trace, she's first up and having her first run for you. What can you tell me about this mare?
She'll definitely need the run. She was big when we got her, so she'll definitely benefit.
I know she handles the track because she broke her maiden here.
Yeah, no, and she's a lovely mare. She's got all the time in the world for us. She's just going to need a few runs to, I think, get back into swing of things.
And sometimes you find, it took a little while to break her maiden, but she's running so well in, different grade, and then they just take that next step.
Yeah, I'm hoping she will. She runs really nice times on the track. So, yeah.
Have you had this race mapped out for a little while?
Yeah, a little while.
Yeah. What about Kunda Man? He goes around in race 7.
I think he'll need the run too. He just had a bit of time off with foot abscess last start, but he's got his confidence back.
Yeah, and do you think back to the 1100 suits him a little bit better?
Yeah, he can sort of settle better and come home better. Even though he leads, he's not reefing and tearing sort of thing.
Yeah, you've been doing a really good job with him because he's quite a tricky horse.
And if he gets in a mood, it's not great.
Let's hope he's on his best behaviour
behaviour today. Good luck with the both of you. A little bit happening with the market still, and probably not what you want to hear. Nation changing our favourites remained fairly solid at 240. But the horse they're backing late is our top weight, Snatch Riley, 330 into 280. We seen him first up at Walker, where he was a beaten favourite. Then went to the Beaumont track where he ran well, and then you tipped in here last start where he was beat right on the post. You've jumped off him today. You know, took you twice, is Brett? You have, yeah. Walker, last start, grabbed in the shadows of the post. I tipped him once. But he's the money. He's the horse the money's coming for. Now he did $2.80. Sharpen the knives on that third line at $6, and then you've got Meddlesome who's on the drift out to $10. Not a lot happening down the bottom either. Mainly just Snatch Riley would be best backed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, it doesn't surprise me that there's been money for him because he doesn't know how to run a bad race, to be honest. He's had 3 runs and he has finished the back with third this time.
That 5 went under blanket.
You know, he's got a high benchmark, so he's a high horse to place. So, you know, he's got to carry 61 kilos and a half to Tegan's claim, and he's got to do a bit of work from an outside gate. I mean, he's quick in a stride. He should take up a forward position, but it's a matter of how much work he'll have to do that first 200 metres, whether he'll be just found wanting late. But this is the first time I've seen this.
I don't know, Dow's. I am out. It's a lot of pressure for these horses. We haven't seen these kind of pressure on any of the previous races here. I don't know, Dow's. I have a hunch on 8, but I stayed out.
They've done a terrific job considering the bird issues prior to the previous event. Irish Arthur to move up.
It's got 1 league race that's there. The one has 1 league race. It might get into a place. God knows.
Light turned on. Snatch Riley, the last one to be positioned. 1 start, 1 win. Nation changing.
It's either the 4. If the 4 wins, it's a brilliant horse. If the 4 wins, but
they stand. Fires Destiny Towie. Better line now, away and racing. El Beetle sprung the gates a half in front. Nation changing. Meddlesome third. Irish Arthur on the outside from full dose. Hit sharpen the knives a half to Dalton. Snatch Riley and Master Ball Fries.
how will that work?
El Beetle just in front of the Meddlesome. Michaela Weir on Nation changing. Holds the ground on the inside. Irish Arthur is fourth. A length further back.
Small bet on 7.
Sharpen the knives followed by Snatch Riley. 2.5 to Dalton. And a length and a half away last.
That is win. Look at that one. One was getting tailed.
Irish Arthur went wide. Nation changing. It's in the middle, followed by full dosage. A half
7 is on.
2 to Dalton next. The last and a half length. Last of all, Friars Destiny around the home turn. El Beetle now to the inside. Meddlesome the middle. Nation changing makes a line of 3 from Irish Arthur. Sharpen the knives and Dalton, but down towards the 200. Nathan changing moves up on the outside, puts the neck in front over El Beetle. Nation changing is peering.
That's a brilliant horse. That's a brilliant horse, actually. 415.
Sharpen the knives from El Beetle. Dalton
It is a brilliant horse.
Was Meddlesome, followed by Irish Arthur and back last.
It's a brilliant horse. 415.
Nella Gorman's got a nice horse on her hands. There's a nice win in him, that's for sure. He was very soft over the concluding stages. Numbers look to be 4-1, 5 and 2. We've got to get to Kembla.
Exactly the odds. 4-1, 5 and 2.
Welcome back to Kembla Grange. This is the Colts Johnny Genentai 64. Let's get stuck into it. Wayne Harris alongside me. Number 1, Artful Persuasion. The first eventual beers runners here with Molly Burke on board. $15, Wayne.
2 runs back from a spell, I've got to say, have been a little bit disappointing. One was in the provincial championship qualifier here. I thought it's form from last prep, and especially here on its new home track, it's a chance, but it's got to lift a little bit.
The former European new business for Annabelle and Rob Archibald been gilded and the ropers on board. $9.50.
It's a query horse for me. Given a couple of quiet trials, it's been gilded since coming over from England. Did win a 1400 metre race at Kempton Park in England before coming up here. Started favourite every time I went around. It's out in the market here, but yeah, I just thought it can run a big race.
So what happened is this. 4, 1, 5, and 2. Exactly the odds. That's what it played. Or 218. Beautiful played. This is a brilliant horse. This is a brilliant horse. Two, 7, 10, and 16. Scratched. 1, 3, 4, 5.
Well, back today, Paul. Had a big question mark next to it. It's had a couple of stables. Started up in Queensland, won a maiden up there at Toowoomba. 2 months down here, it's just been getting too far backwards. The shorter race, this goes from 11 to 1400 a day. Hopefully it gets away with it. Very hard to beat.
Ben Duckworth's joining me from the Michael Freeman Stable. Just on the way over, just quickly have a quick chat with Chlorophon. Nice barrier, and it should get a lovely run. How are you, mate?
Good, how are you?
It looks a perfect race for your horse.
Yeah, it looks to suit well here. Third up, he's sort of got that race fitness on his side. The 1400 seems to be sort of sweet spot. So yeah, we're expecting a good run.
Any instruction for the hoop?
Just be positive, and if the lead sort of presents itself and he could dictate, that'd sort of be plan A. But if not, just sort of fit on leaders go, then yeah, go from there.
Well done, Ron.
Thank you.
Well, he does a good job, Ben Duckworth, for the Michael Freeman Stable Chlorophon. Let me just tell you that numbers at Armidale 4, 1, 5, and 2. Nation changing. Michaela Weir from Mellow Gorman, 2 starts, 2 wins. $2.80 and 110. Number 1, Snatch Riley, was well back, 120 and 5. Sharp and the Knives at 190, 4, 1, 5 and 2. Wayne Harris, your numbers, race number 6.
I'll change around a bit, 5 to 11 and 10. I've gone with Colophon now. It's a 2 back for a break, back to eventual grade. Should be near his peak. It should be very hard to beat with a claim and a decent barrier. Also put on top in the preview, the English or Forbring was 2 new business. He's out the gate, there's no money for him. Gilbertson's coming here. I didn't mind his trials. But I just hope there was a market push for him, but there hasn't been yet. But he'll be winning a race sooner than later. All these boys is the knockout horse here. Gets to a distance where I think he's going to be very competitive. He's been running over shorter trips, missing the start and not getting into it till too late when the race is over. I thought number 10, Sumo Star, runs his best races here. He's back here today after running on a very heavy track last start at Rose Hill. I'll go that way, Rich. 5 to 11, 10.
5 to 11, 10. You've still got to be alive in the quaddy with 2, 5 and 11. Let's go down the board. Number 1, Artful Persuasion, 13 out to $18. Number 2, New Business. Now, I've got over $9.50. It's just confirmed over 40 late. Back into $8.50 now. Number 3, Sadness, $7.50 to $12. Number 4, Brazil, 16 out to 18. Number 5, Colophon, has been $2.25 to $2.40. There was good money for it early yesterday. Sydney's price went up about $3.20. So the money went on yesterday. It's been rock solid again today. Number 6, Unwritten, 14 to 34. 7 Euromaster, 16 to 26. Number 8, Pro Rata, has been $8 to 21. Bend the Knee, 8 to 15. Sumo Star, 8 to 12, back into 8. And Orpheus Boy, 14 into 550, 950 to 550 today. Best 2 back runners, according to the team in the trading office, numbers 5, 11. 5 from 11, then 10 behind them. But 5 and 11, clearly the best 2 back runners here on race number 6 at Kembla Grange. 5, Colophon, very well backed in front of number 11, Orpheus Boy, and 10, Sumo Star. Race number 6, good luck, punters. If you've had an investment, here's your caller with Marlo.
start. It's best would seem competitive here. 850 New Business, which is the most interesting runner in the race. This imported horse from Europe. Having his first start in Australia. Got a bit keen first trial out the back of his second trial. Under no pressure. Don't know what's under the bonnet there yet. Now there's a late move Colophon. 240 taken becomes 225. 225 taken becomes 215. So late surge of support for Colophon as one breaks through the front of the gates. It is being attended to by the staff over there. Push the front gate open. Whichever horse it was, still standing over there. Which one was it, right? New Business, was it? Okay, thanks, Graham. So number 2, New Business, being vetted here. Down the back now, number 2. So they'll have a look at it. It's been led around behind the stalls by an attendant. Meanwhile, we've got about 3 others. Brazil, Sadness, Orton's Boy, Colophon, in fact. I think a decision's been made here about New Business. It's coming out here. Okay, thanks, Evie. 426 is out. New Business out after becoming fractious in the gates. This gelding, he'll have to wait to another day to debut in Australia. He won't be running here. 426, New Business out. Leaves us with 10 runners. The favourite's about to walk in. Now he goes 210, Colophon, so punter's really stepping in. That just gives him a push back to 215, but he's well back with the short odds. Red light doesn't hold them. They're off and racing immediately now, and Colophon was the first into stride. He broke beautifully, and he's looking for the lead. Orthy's Boys was away better today, and he's marching forward the outside of Sadness. Just behind the speed was Pro Rata. Bend the Knee, Euro Master, Brazil. Further back in the field, settling down was Unwritten. Then came at the head of the other horses was Brazil. He's now third to last. Artful Persuasion's over on the rails. And Sumo Star last. Speed slowing here. Favourites 1 and 2. It's Colophon leading half a length on Orthy's Boys. A length and a half away, third Sadness, being followed by Pro Rata in the yellow cap. He's on the inside of Euromaster, Bend the Knee, Artful Persuasion, Brazil. Then Unwritten, and last was Sumo Star. Colophon just allowed to stride before the turn, trying to pinch a bit of a march here is Braith Knott. 450 metres to go. He's a length and a half on Orthy's Boys, being slapped up in second. He moves into a clear second placing. Then Sadness at the head of the others. Colophon, how's he going here? Looks as though he's got a lap full. Knocks 2 lengths in front. Now he hits the button. Orthy's Boys a bit 1 pace second. Behind those, Sadness grinding. Artful Persuasion up the inside. But Colophon 125 to go. Oh, he's better than these. Off and gone. 4 lengths in front. Wall for second and third. But Colophon, different class. Romps in. Beats home Artful Persuasion.
5 and 1.
Third in was Unwritten. Then came Sadness. Orthy's Boys.
Alright, this is the last one here at Armidale. It's a benchmark 58. If you look through the odds, it's 1, 3, 4 and 5. So 1 is the favorite. Alright. That 1 is the favorite. If we look through the race, that 1 is there with beautiful management. But if we look at these numbers, they are unbelievable numbers that have been assigned. So we'll take a look at what happened with the 10 here. That 10 won. Okay, it was a 1400 meter, and it won because it was second up, third up, something on those lines, and we got it through B plus. Now here, if we look through the B plus, that 13 is the 13 is the linear, which is a 740. We look at what's going on. So that one is 21 by 59. That brings us that kind of a number. And those are like that. Okay. Here, if we do not talk about that 6, then probably here, there's nothing. I mean, all of these numbers are drift, and within the rails, that 9 has 1 league race, which doesn't have any pressure, and it is probably the heaviest. It's in good hands. So that 9 is a check, and that 13 is a check. I don't know about the rest. This is 0. Then we go back to negatives, and in the negative we have this one, which is a neat one with 41% negative here, but they are not as good as what we had on the 10. The 10 was actually in good hands. This one has 67, but it's an 8-year-old mare. I don't know if that'll work. Got 57 races. This is 71 races. This is 22 races. This is an EW. This is an EW. 41, 42, 17, 20, but still 13 is better. 13 is better, but they're kind of that. I can't. That's a weird thing here. I mean, these numbers can be even challenged by a bullock cart. All right. Somebody riding a bullock cart can beat these horses. That's how the thing is. They can be challenged by a freaking crow. Crow has more advantage. I'm sorry. They can be challenged by a tortoise. I don't know. Maybe not. If that one is like as the largest outer drift, and on 1100 meter, how is that going to work? Is that's the one that we are getting last mile, and then it is this. That's an 8-year-old mare. This is a 4-year-old mare. Here we get that 13. There's a strong chance that 13 will go through. There's a strong chance. I'm not going to get into it. It's not a clear one. It's not a clear one, but there's a strong chance that 13 will go through. We have a better track tomorrow. I hope we get the Caulfield tomorrow. If we get the Caulfield, that'll be nice.
To be as sharp as Rothen. Look, he's back from 1400 to 1200. He just knocked up a little bit late there last start. The 4 shot, just I think, is way over the odds in a race like this. It was a good placing behind Golf of Leon, who's an open galloper at Mariba last start. So $61, crazy price. And the one, John Joseph, well, if he goes around, we'll get an update. I just haven't spotted him over there, but hopefully he is going around. So there you go. He's not late scratching. He'll go round after having a little frolic just before. So 7, 6, 4 and 1 are my numbers, but the favourite is the 6 Chartwell, who has been 260 into 240, 7 Rothen Bubbles 350 to 460, 3 Rube Bunker, good move in, $7 to $5. Then the 8 Spirit of Giving, $7 to $7.50. Got the 2 Amnesty, $7 to $8.50. Not much happening there. John Joseph to $15. So best back runner here. Look, favourite is rock solid. There is some support for the 3 Rube Bunker. Chartwell to go in, and a couple of others as the shower is just lingering a little bit on us. Here's Peter Rowe for the penultimate race, 6 at Townsville.
Chartwell be next. We just wait Spirit of Giving and Line of Kings, and we'll be ready to go. But just
Lewis, 3 win Townsville.
John Joseph is cleared to start. Spirit of Giving goes up. Line of Kings moves in, and they're set for race 6 here at Townsville. They stand well. Ready racing. Strategist was on the back foot as the starter said go and was last out. Amnesty began well from towards the inside. It's going to roll forward, and also going with it early is Vancouver Bay and Rube Bunker. Right around the outside is going to go over and cross the lead of the first turn. It's Rube Bunker in front of length and a half. Amnesty a gun run second the inside of Vancouver Bay. They were followed then back and forth by a Robin Bubble on the inside. Next around the outside of it would have been John Joseph. Line of Kings is pushing up in the middle. That post John Joseph 3 deep. They were followed then by Irish Miss getting well back with Spirit of Giving. The favourite Chartwell's got about 6 or 7 lengths to make up. It's back second to last, and last of all is Strategist. The rain tumbles down now. They've got 500 metres to go, and Rube Bunker, it's showing the way, leading about a length and a half. Amnesty's pushing off the fence in second placing. Vancouver Bay is next. Line of Kings has done it tough to the outside. Even wider is John Joseph. Rothen Bubbles pushes out on about 3 off the fence. Chartwell, the favourites, running up in behind them with not much room to go. It's Rube Bunker in front of Amnesty. Rothen Bubble trying. Chartwell is whacking away over the inside, but they haven't got Rube Bunker. It's Rube Bunker in front. Rothen Bubble down. Chartwell getting out, but a front running ride by Ash Butter gets Rube Bunker home. Rube Bunker first beats Rothen Bubble. Chartwell did well late for third. They were followed by Spirit of Giving. Amnesty was next. Strategist been about 3 or 4 home. They were Line of Kings and John Joseph, who had a tough run. Irish stop was last.
Oh, Rube Bunker.
Lewis!
Margin and just kept going there under Bumper. A good win. 3 Rube Bunker beats the 7 Rothen Bubble. She took a little while to wind up. She was coming late, but the bird had flown. Rube Bunker had stolen the march. The 6 Chartwell, he was just picking them off from way back in the field. And he finished well, didn't he? Made up a lot of ground to run third, and the 2 Amnesty has run fourth. But 3, 7, 6, I think you'll find it's the 2 finishing hard there with Spirit of Giving. But that number, it is in the frame, the 2. So it's 3, 7, 6 and 2, 109.86. Pretty good gallop, and it was a heady enough field. Rube Bunker just too sharp for them, wins the 6th at Townsville. Let's head straight to Priscilla Luger and Melinda Turner for the Lucky Bastard, 7 at Armidale.
Welcome back to Armidale for the last time today. This is race 7. It is a country boosted benchmark 58, running over the 1100 metres. Got a big field to get through here. We will start with horse number 1. Out of delay for Izzy Neal and Zach Hatch. He's been racing well, loved his effort at Tamworth last start, an on-speed dominated race, and he looks an absolute pitcher here. Yeah, he's been so consistent all preparation. I thought he tried hard into 3rd position last start at Tamworth. Very well placed with the claim. It's just a matter of how much work he has to do from the gate. Horse number 3 is just about to make her way into the yard. Take Mine from Matthew McGarren and Todd Payne. Hasn't raced for 5 weeks, but she has been placed here in the past. Little mare that's ticking over nicely.
I thought she was probably the run-on mare. She's placed 2 from her last 4. She flashed home 2 runs ago. Just had to go too far back from Tamworth last start. If the leaves over, do it up in front, she'll be strong late.
4 Shandon Star Search Lisney for Michelle Fleming. Comes out of the same race as Out of Lady there at Tamworth. I think his preferred surface is a dry track, which he gets today.
Yeah, he's ready to get on with things today. He's a big burly horse, and he was off a 6-week freshen last start at Tamworth, and I think he just felt the pinch late. I'm sure he'll be better today.
5 Coon Demand, Billy Cray and Tracy Bell. He's in excellent order. He's got a good spring in his step. He drops 4 kilos, and I like him coming back in distance.
He's been placed his last 2. He just kept kicking to win here 2 runs ago. Perhaps he just laboured under the big weight, but back in trip and a drop in weight, we can see him improve.
6 Karaoke King, Jake Percy Holmes for Jacob Perrott. His first start was probably better suited out over a little bit further, so it looks a starting point.
Yeah, he's first up without a trial today. He had a few runs for Jacob last preparation. I prefer to watch him today. He'll need further.
Okay.
The 8. Yep, coming into the yard.
Oh, yep, she's just about to make way in the other pony. My apologies. Kelly Cool for Luke Rolls and Jeremy Sylvester. Beaten 4 lengths at Wellington last start, but drawn soft here.
Yeah, she was really good to win at Tamworth 4 runs ago. That was in easier company, but she hasn't done a lot since. She's trying to get Matt favours, and she still looks well.
9 Dolly Jane. Tongue Tie goes on. Michaela Weir and John Ramsey hasn't raced in 4 weeks.
Yeah, she had excuses 2 runs ago when she was caught wide throughout. She only beat a runner. She didn't only beat 1 runner home last start at Musselburgh.
1.
All that far. It wouldn't surprise me to see her up okay here.
The 11 Skates on. Ben McCall for Paul Crosser. He hasn't raced for 7 weeks. They tried him at 1400. Just didn't quite see it out there last start. He's making his way out onto the track. But he's a picture of health. He's got a double striding horse for his coat.
He's looked well in preparation. I loved his first 2 runs this campaign. He's been disappointing his last few for mine, but both his career wins have been here. Take the Bribe is horse number 12 for Wendy Peel. Oh shit, he broke his mate at Deepwater 3 runs ago. He's been well beaten since. Inside gate helps, but his form's not good enough.
Oh, what's happening here? Horse number 13 is Balletto. She was keen to get on with things. Have they put her out onto the track earlier, or is she still in here? I don't know where she's She's with the pony, so she does look like she's settled down now.
She's first up today without a trial. She had 3 runs for Sterling last preparation, and she didn't show up. Happy to watch.
1 Tony's horse number 14 for Georgia McDonald and Nicole Hudson. I thought she was disappointing last start.
She's been out of the winner's circle for quite some time. She's drawn all for there. I just don't think she's going well enough this preparation.
And 15, super hot. It's certainly not that for Michael Hegney and Jeff O'Brien.
He's a monster. He's a winner of 8 races. He does race well here, but he's been out of form for a little while. He parades nicely, but he's another one that needs to improve. One of our more open races on the card here, and not a lot happening with the market. Our favourite Armidale Lady has remained solid at $3.80. Take Mine's been $4.80 out to $5. Shandon Stars had some support, $6 into $5.50 now. Skates On has been $6.50 into $6, and Dolly Jane is
Wide race? What do you mean by wide race?
$6.50. Let's hear from Zach Hatch. He trains our current favourite, the 1 Armidale Lady.
Zach, you've got yourself absolutely fine.
Yeah, he's going good, the little fella.
What'd you make
barrier,
yes. Speed early.
Yeah, I just sort of thought there'd be a bit of speed with the winner Super 7.
It doesn't matter whether it is a wide barrier or not, but the point is this, that I have no clue. There's a chance. I mean, I would have taken a chance on 13 if it had a better hand, but we're kind of drifting 50%. I don't know.
Thank you.
And now 1, 3, 5 and 4. Happy to be with Armidale Lady. He looks sensational. He's deep on into his campaign now with 3 solid runs under his belt. He's well placed with the plane. It's just a matter of how much work he has to do from the
I mean, we have to race here at this track almost 7 days back to back to understand what they kind of are up to.
Just had to go too far back from the wide gate.
That's
the 5
not happening.
He's been placed to his last 2. Just laboured over the big weight last start. And perhaps
that's not happening.
Dropping in weight back in distance here today, we can see him improve, and Shandon Star will be all the better for that last start of his 6 weeks between runs on that occasion. 1, 3, 5 and 4.
Well, it's pulled off, hasn't it? Pulled last
1, 3, 5 and
temperature's really dropped.
4 or 2 is not there.
Definitely. won't make that mistake again. 1, 5, 4, and 3. I like Adelaide. I thought he presented in fantastic
Beautiful.
order. He just needs to overcome that wide barrier, but I think he was able to do that. This is the right type of race for him. 5 in Kundaman. He had a good springy step in the yard. He's back from the 1250, so I like him back to the 1100. I just feel that it's his ideal distance. The 4 Shandon Star, I think drive track will certainly suit him, and the 3 in Take Mine. I know she hasn't raced for 5 weeks, but she's only a little mare. I think she's still ticking over nicely. 1, 5, 4, and 3. But Adelaide, our favourite here in the last, has been 380, just out to 390. Take Mine has been 480, out to $5.
And they said that the 13 is without a trial.
Skates on.
They said that the 13 is without a trial. Either that is overconfidence.
Really good money for him earlier on. He did go out onto the track early, and Dolly Jane 850 into 650. Looks like we're almost locked and loaded. Here's Rod for the last.
Ursula and Belinda from Thoroughbred Central joining us. Winners this afternoon descending.
Or they don't give a rat's rear.
Ancient changing, 2 starts, 2 wins. Taking Michaela Wynn 567 career wins.
Like the Wild Wild West.
Has a very good horse. So wide time to move up. Reminder that non-tab racing at its very best here at Armidale on Anzac Day, and as well as a crackerjack program of racing. You've been entertained after the last by a terrific band called Terra Firma. All part of the $10 admission. Dana has them in line for the last event. Takes the Bride, drawn the inside. They're set. Armidale race 7. They stand. Racing in the final event, Cali Cool, Wine Time, Shandon Star, Kundaman, and on the inside was Take the Bride, but soon after Shandon Star taken to the lead by Serge Lisney, out by a half. Kundaman works underneath it and soon after assumes control. Kundaman in front, Beletto on the outside challenging. Shandon Star third from Wine Time out to the Lady and Skates on to Take the Bride. Underneath Cali Cool to Dolly Jane, followed by Super Hot Wellback Karaoke King, and last of all was Take
13 is on.
50. Beletto on the inside.
13 is on.
Match motors a half in front of Kundaman from Shandon Star. The Ghostly Grey Wine Time from Skates on. Take the Bride. 3/4 Cali Cool. Take Mine Karaoke King. Dolly Jane at a half length. Last of all was Super Hot. Around the home turn it's Beletto just in front. Looming ominously as out to the Lady on the outside. Kundaman holds its ground on the inside from Shandon Star. Dolly Jane through the middle right.
Fish!
Out to the Lady is in.
That was a bad one. That was a bad move. 11.
It skates on in front, skates on.
11.
Skates on, beat the far finishing. Take Mine photo third.
Man,
Dolly Jane out to
11-9, I think.
Also, Kelly Kundaman, Wine Time, Shandon Star, Super Hot, Take the Bride, last of all knocking up Beletto.
Oh, the 11 Skates on. You could get about $18 when he opened up. There was support for him into 7.10, back in trip. He trucked in the run. He was needing it out on straightening. He was able to get that, and he's been
11-3, 9-1.
11-3. Tried hard there.
9 and 1.
Along the inside, we've got Dolly Jane, the 9, and then it met perhaps to wait out of delay. So those numbers look to be.
No, Lewis, it is not exactly the jockey. I'll tell you what happened. 11-3, 9 and 1. So the 13 had the advantage. It was doing well, but it couldn't stand because of these people are absolutely moron. But when we look through, that 11 was the EW. The 11 was the next one in line. They are like 50% and this is 49%. But on the contrary, this one had a dedicated jockey. And then whatever happened, and the 9, we spoke about the 9. The 9 was pretty much there, but this is unbelievable numbers here. How will you? How these are drift numbers, and you that cannot work. So, I mean, the choice was 13 and 11, we spoke about both of these horses, but the 13 was a better one. But they were like that. Like 49. This is a ridiculous place. This is a ridiculous place to work. But that's what the results are. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of money on living, yes. That is it. You know, let me just tell you, today is the new year in my religion, and in my religious calendar. It's the new year. It is the harvesting day. This is the time when the fields are harvested here in my part of the country, in India, and it's a very auspicious day. I wish all of you all the best, and may God be with all of us, and I hope all of us, we do very well in our life. Thank you for being there. I'm going to be racing tomorrow, probably at Caulfield, if we get that feed. But I so hope that we get Caulfield tomorrow, and we'll be racing there. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Dowes, thank you so much for being there. Adaman, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. BC, I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, Lee. I think that is all that we had today. But thank you, gentlemen. I am going to be racing tomorrow. Please come and join me. We will race together and have a blessed day. Thank you.